zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Casey's lurking tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite filled in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack, now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go!
Hello everybody, today I'm trying not to eat my microphone. I hope everyone's okay. There's supposed to be a limiter on our trusty microphone. Not a limiter, at least limiter, just don't peak, boys. But I seem to be doing that a lot, so I'm trying to keep it away from me. There we go. We'll try and keep it further away so that I don't yell at you guys. You don't need to be yelled at unless I really want to. Okay? Now you guys can see the fuzzy microphone all ready for you guys. It's too early to stream. I sort of second that, but we have to do early today. There's other things that need to go on in the household. So we got to get stuff done early. And slop munchers, yes, slop munchers are welcome. While we're not doing slop at the moment. I suppose it is kind of, but yes, you're all welcome. But slop days are Fridays, guys. Just remember that. Hi, Davina. Hello, the beautiful kitty. How are you? Thank you, peepers. How are you? I'm okay. I'm good. I've had my brekkie, and I'm ready to get into the claims. We've got the transcript this time, so that can help me if I'm worried about things. But remember and remind me to not copy paste exactly what everybody's saying. We're not doing a dialogue level analysis of this debate. Okay, or good? I'm good. It's just morning. That's all. I actually haven't had caffeine, guys. You've reminded me somehow by making me think about what is missing here. But anyway, yeah, you know what also is missing is our background music, courtesy of Creamage. There we go. You know what I'm doing is I'm kind of waiting for the scuff to happen. I'm like, everything's set up, and I'm kind of like, what's gonna go wrong today? But we're good. We're here. We're working on it. I hope everyone is having a good evening, or whatever time it is for you. It's the best time, I've decided. We are continuing with lovely Candace Owens talking to feminists. Adam will love this music. Really, will he? Why? Does he hate lo-fi kind of thing? But hey guys, Lucifer the Doberman's name's back. Peepers is Peepers, Davina's Davina. Are we good? Sherry's still the lovely Sherry. Hi Sherry. Your profile picture is lovely. Look at them lips. Sorry, I'm objectifying you. I'm at the beach, 9:19 p.m. on Vancouver Island. Enjoy. Okay guys, so yesterday we had let's get yesterday's charts up. And Zerofax is also Zerofax. Nicely done. You just haven't gotten hit with the @handle update yet. Listen, yesterday it was like that. So I guess it changes stream to stream, not channel to channel. It was happening in Sitch and Adam's one, I know. But yeah, today, that's extra weird then. Yeah, that is extra weird. I thought it was like, yay, everybody, hey, Zaxi. I thought it was like, yay, we're all back to normal. Maybe we are. Who knows? Okay, well, YouTube probably doesn't even know. That's another thing. Okay, diagramming. Let's go there. Right. So, yesterday we did claim 1. The sexual revolution has devalued women and made them infinitely less happy. Sherry, are you infinitely less happy? I guess I don't think you were alive during the sexual revolution, but okay. I suppose, would you be happier? I don't know. Either way, Candace, she's part antelope. Well, anyway, Candace is a bit extreme with many of her opinions. So she's decided that we're infinitely more unhappy because of it. I do think there is a bit of truth to that. Anyway, we go and watch yesterday's stream if you want to know what I really think about it. But we got a few arguments so we went through 5 people. That's quite a lot. With Jordan Peterson, we had 3 people per claim, so around 3 people. Anyway, hey Creamage. So we had Sumaya, Sumaya, sorry, that's how she pronounced it. She was basically saying, well, women are the freedom given to women through the sexual revolution it helped them to get further out of the house, so they are actually safer, because they are more likely to be killed by their intimate partner. So you have fewer you have apparently you are happier because you're less murdered because you're single after the sexual revolution. So that's kind of what her discussion was about. Julian, they said a lot of just basically about queer theory. They didn't really have an argument, and basically what we got was Candace saying you don't even identify as a woman, that's not part of it. You got to identify as a feminist. So that is not the win you think it is. Then we had Zena, who is honestly some of the best performing participants. Hey Theo, why are you awake so early? Why are you gymming? So yes, we had Zena, who was trying to attack this from the thing of, okay, women don't have value beyond their sexual availability to men. So she kind of went into the value discussion there, and I think that was a good point. But I think a thing that Candace could have done is she could have said it's part of our value. There are many things that make up our value, but in this marketplace, yes, she did kind of own it, but it didn't look very good. Nikki, she had an interesting thing where she was basically trying to say that rape has gone down, and objectification somehow has gone down of women, and therefore we're happier. So she tried to go from that statistic. Then we got Whitney, who I think she also did. She did very well. She was talking about freedom. She was like, okay, well, I think a woman having more choice is a good thing. So we are happier with more freedom. Then Candace did something janky, and she was like, she kind of went into college debt and was like, yeah, you have more. She gave an example where you have more freedom, and more freedom therefore means more stress. So if you have the financial freedom, I suppose, or the freedom to go to college, you therefore have the stress of debt. Yeah, that was her approach. Wonky stuff in claim 1. I thought we would talk a lot more about objectification than we actually did. We at least did. We can tick it off. It's done. We did talk about it. So there's that. Hi, Hunty. They're very valuable as a tool to keep wages down. Woman. More money, more problems, more freedom, more stress. Exactly. That's basically what Candace is gonna get is saying. But I cannot wait. One of the things that the audience pointed out, and that is kind of pointed out by the participants here, is Candace, if you're so traditional, honey, sweetie, baby child, why do you have a job? Why are you working? Go home. Stay with the kids. Get in the kitchen. That's basically what is. It's kind of like put your money where your mouth is. You know, I was gonna make a joke, but it didn't really work out. So let's go. I'm trying to draw something, but I'm so lost. Why? Have you not had caffeine? Anyway, so today we're going to do claim 2 and see if how fast we can go with it. We're probably going to cover the same sort of themes, objectification and whatever. Not objectification, the value of women. Because now no career will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. So we're going to start getting, I suppose, ideas about what is valuable in a woman's life, what is fulfilling in a woman's life. So let's see.
Is that no career will give women as much joy and...
Are we echoing? Just let me know. She isn't pre-19 traditional, let alone... you know what? It went over on my head. It's okay. 0 fucks. I don't want you to explain it either. Did Candace address the fact she works and isn't practicing what she preaches, or is that coming up? It should come up in this claim. This is the most salient claim for that to happen in. I think people must be, because of what she's spoken about here, people definitely would be thinking about that. Did she scare the F out of you? Is she loud? Oh, because you didn't expect to hear Smurf Candace. I can put her lower if you want. Are we good?
fulfillment as raising children?
So yeah, raising children, basically it's that fun time. Her voice was so loud. I'm so sorry. Is the audio balance in my streams is always crappy. Members, anyone in members can put a scuff in the chat if you'd like. Guys, her work is too important. Oh, it's too important. She makes too much. You know what? Maybe that is that a prediction, Dildo? Is that going to be her her excuse? What excuse? No echo. Thank you, Lucifer, but pretty loud, I suppose. What excuse could she give, or does she own it? Does she say I'm an exception? I need to use my platform given to me by God, kind of thing. I watched a Dave Smith comedy special today. He should stick with politics. I assume Candace worked to get close to a wealthy dude. Thank you for the scuffs. I wish we could see them in StreamYard. Yes, rage is goes along with scuff for me. Okay, sorry. Let's see if I can put this higher. There. It's right in front of me, but you guys can't see it right now, so that's fine. But then I can't see my screen. Shit. I haven't heard his stand-up, so you know what? Maybe for Slop Friday, guys, give me a clip of Dave Smith. That'll be great. Put that in your little book, okay? That for Friday we need Dave Smith. You know what? I'll write it even. I'll write it for you, okay? Dave Smith clip. Get into it. Okay. She already used her God-given platform. I'm talking about her fat dumper. Okay. Let's see. Is this gonna be okay? His special was a 30-minute set from last year. He was making Trump and Elizabeth Warren jokes. It's 2020. In 2024. Lovely. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. But you see, okay, just in terms of my my feelings about this claim, you're reducing women again to, well, this is some would say you're empowering women through making them embrace the very cool thing that they can do, which is create children. They can not by themselves. I understand you guys are involved, but they can grow babies. And that is fucking cool, right? And that's supposed to be the most amazing thing about a woman and the core of a woman. And if you're not doing that, you're not a good woman. You're not fulfilling your life. And that's rather prescriptive. So I guess that's my most my highest criticism for that claim is you're being rather prescriptive. You're assuming that everybody is just good enough to be a mother, and everybody should be. And that's stupid. Okay, I think we're a lot better off with a lot of people, certain people just not having children. But okay, fine. You can you imagine? Oh well, I just want to be fulfilled. I'm a serial killer, but I just want to be fulfilled. I want these genes to proliferate and continue. I want a legacy. Yeah. So yeah. You know me, guys. I don't want children, so this should make me upset. It doesn't make me upset. I'm just like, okay, fine. This could be a default setting. I think it should be the norm that women should consider as a default being mothers. There's a lot of women that really, really, really want it, and they should not be discouraged from that. The thing that I've got is, I remember I criticized one of my friends when I was in college. She wanted to be a mother, and that's all she wanted to be, and that's all she aspired to be. And I thought, oh, that's horrible. Excuse me? That's fucking incredible. Actually, it's the most difficult thing a person can do in their entire existence is raise a child. Okay, and we're kind of, it's weird. We have this weird value devalue that goes on with this thing that women can do. So anyway, let's see what Candace is trying to say about it. Hey, Ronnie G, good to see ya. Growing life inside of me is amazing. There are little shits. Yes, there are little shits. Would women be useless if they were unable to have children then? There is, and also that's another thing that makes women that have fertility problems feel like less than women, because it's like, this is the only thing you're supposed to do. It's the one thing that you're supposed to be able to do, and you can't do it. I'm sure that men would disagree. Happy men would disagree. No, we're not useless if we can't have children. I'm not useless to my husband, even though I'm not giving him children. If I gave him children, he would be upset. So you would be like, oh, this was not in the plan, love. So yeah, this is something that is default, that it seems to be deep in our psyche, in many women's psyche, that they are useless if they can't have children. That they kind of have this sense. It really just depends. Like, I would be fine if I was told that I'm infertile. I'd be like, thanks, good stuff. But there are women that want children that land up having fertility problems and then feel less about themselves. I'm not going to be in support of that. Anyway, made a decision not to have kids. That's not the same as women who put off having kids until later and wait too long. That's different. Yes, that is very different. It is the thing that I learned. Sorry if is my camera glitchy as fuck, because it's like going through two systems to get to you guys. And if it is egregious, I'll change it. I didn't look back on my stream in too much detail yesterday to figure that out myself. So tell me. Anyway, yeah, the thing that I would sort of agree with Candace on is, women shouldn't be sitting there thinking, oh, I must put it off until later, and then they wait too long. Or they never settle. Actually, they actually literally never settle on a man, because they're too busy being distracted by every single man that comes past them, instead of actually looking for their partner that they want to spend the rest of their lives with. They're like, oh no, I need to try out more men. And all of that occurs, but they want to have children. Yeah, that is different. I think we go back to yesterday's discussion about, and the discussion that Not So Erudite had on Wick's channel, where it's like, do we encourage this, or do we find it neutral? Do you encourage women not to have children, or do you just let them have the choice? Which is what I realized when I realized, the thing that actually has changed about me, or that's weird about me, is that I realized, oh, it's a choice. It's actually a choice. Having children is a choice. And thanks to the sexual revolution, CC Claim 1, you have more choice involved in your reproduction. You don't just have to be celibate in order to not have children. So that's a good one. I don't think it has something to do so extreme. If you can't have children, you're useless. Yeah, it definitely doesn't need to be, but psychologically that happens to people. All I do is eat hot chip and sit on jet ski. Actually, I don't do that during summer because it's fucking hot. Same goes for me, and I had a couple friends have parents die from old age while the friends are young. While their friends... Oh, okay, yeah, exactly that kind of old parent thing. That is a difficult thing. Okay, so anyway, let's see how these guys attack it. Would you have children if you had more money than you knew what to do with? No. No. It's not a money. Look, money is part of it, but it's not the one. I really, when I was young, didn't know how much money I would ever be entitled, ever be exposed to. I was like, I don't care. I don't want them. I'm very happy with my sister's children in my life and my godchildren. They're enough child for me. You're bodied. I'm kidding.
Oh, hi Candace. How are you?
Hi.
Look, it's a male feminist. Candace, are you gonna say, do you identify as a woman because you're kind of, this is what you did previously? Because apparently you can only fight for women's rights if you're a woman. Same boat, kitty. Yeah. And you know what? I do feel like there's more people that have done that, and that is a bit worrying. But it's still your choice. That means that there's fewer people out there that look at their kids and go, I love you very much, but holy shit, what have I done? I think there's people that have that feeling. They go, what have I done? And they can't go back on it, and they're decent people, so that's cool. They don't go back on it. Check the man's HD.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm John.
John. Okay, John. You gonna white knight for us, Johnny boy? Let's go. Don't worry, I've put you as pink. I have 12 nieces and nephews. I don't want any. Are your parents they're satisfied as well? Because it's like, yeah, we got enough grandchildren, it's fine. They're not gonna sit there and go, like, literally my mom's best argument for me is, I want to see a little Chinsia. It'll be very nice. A little Chinsia or a little Gordon. Like, that's your argument. You just want to see them. Are you gonna look after them? Are you gonna raise them? No, I just want to see what they look like. There's an app for that. Okay. The John, women who don't want children should have to donate to those who want, but don't yet have. Donate what? I can donate money. I'm fine with that. Okay? I don't mind that. But I don't want to donate my eggs or anything like that. My biological material. I want to have there must be no reproduction from this vessel here. The cat lady spoken. Just leave the kid a gift basket. In a gift. Yeah, I was wondering if you meant in a gift basket. To my mom, just like, there you go, you wanted it. Grandparents get overwhelmed sometimes, but they're more than happy. Yeah. They are very happy with how many children they've got. That's quite a legacy. Have a trans child called Gorgeous. Yeah. And then I'd fight my parents, be like, this is a valid child over here.
Okay, so I feel like a lot of your arguments today are very rooted in a sort of old school perspective.
Yeah, she doesn't care though. So, okay, cool, you're calling it old school. Look at you. The one time Gordon and I, you know when you go in the pool and you put your legs, you go on the person's shoulder. I went on Gordon's shoulder and we became Gordensiatron, and that was funny. I'm just having a good memory. It was very fun. Okay, cool. He just called. Look. Oh no. Owned. Old school. Okay. Cool. Thank you. I wrote that down in case we forgot. Oh no, not the old school. Sounds like Digimon. No, he wouldn't agree. He didn't watch Digimon.
I have to be honest. Like, I think, and I'm not trying to be insulting whatsoever.
She doesn't care, but okay, honey, go on.
I feel as though most people would identify that claim as pretty extreme and pretty like...
Oh my God, it's pretty extreme, huh?
Children are extreme.
Well, no.
No. I'm so glad I'm not doing the dialogue level of this because that's just silly. Old school, extreme. I'm giving keywords. He's called it old school and extreme. Still no argument here, except it's extreme. I suppose that's the argument. Okay. So it would have to be Gaudentia Tronmon.
No, that women would get more happiness inherently from raising
I think Candace has 3 kids.
kids than having a job or deciding what they want to do with their lives.
Deciding what they want to do with their lives. They can decide what they want to do with their lives, but they must decide to have children. Otherwise, bad woman.
Why is that? I'm just curious. Why would having
4. When did she have 4 children? My goodness, she's young. Isn't she younger than me? She's 33. I guess my sister could have had that many by now. Yeah.
children, which is just a natural biological conclusion, be
I'm not naturally like I do sometimes think there is something wrong with me because I just don't want, like I don't have this, like you can hold my niece I held my niece who's one of the most beautiful children in the world you'll ever see and look at her and hug her now and I'm not like, oh, I want one. I'm like, oh, I love this child. I'm here about the individual. I'm not like, oh, I want one. Like when I see a dog, definitely. When I see a cat, definitely. I guess I'm wrong. I'm bad. I understand this.
something that sounds extreme.
I just said inherently.
Well, inherent.
That's the
extreme.
inherent expectation.
Yeah.
That's better for.
It's inherent because it's biological. So I think when we think about things that are inherent, I think
I didn't want children way before college, and I went to a Catholic school, so I was supposed to be ready, primed for the baby machining making.
a natural biological conclusion be something that sounds extreme.
I just said inherently.
Okay, so she said I said inherently. I guess it doesn't really. That's not a good counter argument. I said inherently. Okay, fine. She said biological. Yeah, I don't know. It's a biological conclusion. That was basically her response to whatever his argument is. His argument is, I think it's listen, you're being a bit prescriptive. I think he just doesn't have the word yet. He's just not thinking about it. I don't like that red. Holy shit face. Red. Let's go here, and that doesn't help me either. It looks better on your guys' stream. Okay, left-right compromise. Child-free women have to give their wombs to trans women. Not my eggs though. I'll give the womb, but not my eggs. Some other woman I can give her eggs. I'll give the womb, fine. Whatever. As long as I have enough myself, I have enough hormones to keep this shit under control. Okay? Because not having a womb is a hormonal problem. This just keeps popping up. Kevin, can't you tell your algorithm? You can tell, I promise you can tell. You just click on it on the recommendation when it pops up. Go to the 3 dots and say don't recommend channel. You can do that, and then it won't recommend me again. What program is this? This is Xmind. Okay, so biological conclusion, extreme. Fine. Men are the meat in the grinder, women turn the crank. The rich eat the sausage. The rich of which sex? Mongoloid. Carne por la máquina. Yeah, what program is yours? So it's Xmind. I haven't published this yet because YouTube is crazy. You know, you got to subscribe and hit the bell, then it will never show it to you again. Yes, absolutely, Cameron. That's how that works. Okay. Here you go.
Inherent.
That's the
extreme.
inherent expectation.
Yeah.
That's better for.
You know what it did, Kevin? No, you know what it did? Sorry, it just came to mind. What it did is you came in and you wrote, this keeps popping, or you interacted with the chat. It didn't figure out what you wrote in my chat. It thought, hey, he interacted with this channel. He must like it. Instead, so you told the algorithm that you dig what's going on here by speaking. Okay, and then it's, no, the algorithm, no, you see, Kevin, the algorithm didn't realize that you were like, what the fuck is this? Okay, the fact that you wrote that, the algorithm thought you must have written that you absolutely love the channel. And so it's like, hey, you know, you didn't subscribe to her yesterday. Here she is again. So tell the algorithm, teach your algorithm. But you're going to try and figure out why it brought me up. Do you like Candace Owens? Let's try and figure out the algorithm's reasoning for Kevin, guys. We don't have to watch recommended videos. Shh. Don't tell nobody. Nothing, Zax. Nothing. Can you use your donated womb as a balloon? I can't use it as a balloon because I've donated it. So the person I've donated it to will use it as a balloon. This fine male feminist specimen is giving me tummy butterflies. Yeah. Yeah, his hair is on point. Tummy butterflies. I mean, tummy butterflies can mean all kinds of nausea. But okay. I mean, that facial hair. My husband is quivering in his boots right now looking at that.
It's inherent because it's biological. So I think when we think about things that are inherent, I think biology is a good thing to start with, right?
Okay, it's biological. I guess I'm biologically predisposed to, oh, for fuck's sake, this debit order came off my account that's not supposed to. Anyway, let me put this on Do Not Disturb. Girls, we can't do this. Do not disturb. Until this evening. Thank you. Motherfuckers. Okay. Yeah, if you don't click on a recommended channel, Small Puppy dies. If you don't click on my channel, Small Kitten dies. So, there's that. Right, so, biological determinism. That's it. Okay?
So biologically speaking, men and women come together, they form families, and that's the reason why you're sitting here. That's the reason that I'm sitting here.
So we biologically do this. Yeah, okay. We have an instinct to be together. I might not have the instinct to have a child, but I do have the instinct and joy of having a husband and wanting one. Although that was still a question. I wouldn't get married. The whole point wasn't to find a husband to get married. It was find someone who you want to marry, and that's what happened. And if I didn't find someone I want to marry, then I wouldn't be married. I still had that choice. There's not this biological. I need to be. No. It's my husband's fault that we got married because I wanted to marry him, and he wanted to marry me. But okay, it's biological. Again, that's just we were just using many. We're just using many words to say biological conclusion. Let's continue.
Is because biology is inherent.
Well,
so
I was
saying it's just natural order that we're speaking about, right?
Okay, let's use biological conclusion. Let's use other natural order. So she just wants us to go back to monkey. Okay.
Right.
Okay, let's break it down. So why do you believe that? Why?
Okay, that's a good question. Why do you believe this? And she's gonna say because it is.
Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that?
Why do you?
Oh, look at her. She's doing her condescending thing. Why do I believe that? What a fucking stupid question.
Inherently are happier. Yeah.
You keep stressing this word inherent. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Inherent. Yeah. Inherent means. Inherent means absolutely guaranteed. No, there's nothing else. She believes evolutionary design is real. That would be interesting. Isn't she like properly Catholic? Okay, so no career will give a woman as much fulfillment. That is this word of inherently. Let's put this word. Sorry, put this further away. Don't fucking touch the microphone. Try and act like you've been doing this for 7 years. Okay. The he did say old school, and he brought up the word inherently is too extreme. I think I'm going to put inherently is too extreme with this extreme. So he brought up this, that's what makes it extreme. She goes, yeah, what's wrong with inherent? Seriously, you're assuming that every woman will be happier that way. And why? I think it's good to just say, why do you believe this? And instead, she just brings up, she kind of criticizes his question. She just repeats it like, oh my god, why are you asking me that? Okay? Why do you believe that? It's a question. It's not exactly challenging the argument yet. It's saying, how did we get here? Okay, so look at this. Look. Hold up, guys. I'll show you. Okay, so she goes the lip compression because she's trying not to laugh at him. Okay.
Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that?
Why do you?
This. She's like, oh my god, this fucking retard. Okay.
Inherently are happier. Yeah.
Most women will be happy with the family. I agree. I will always assert that I am not like most women. I'm not like other girls. No, I'm being full of shit, but yes, most women will be happy with the family, and you know what? They can admit that to themselves. There's a lot of women that find it very difficult. They're liberal women, but then they're like, oh shit, but how do I have children? And then what if I have a son? If I have a son, what will that happen? What will that be like? Because he'll be a man, and what do I do? And he'll be misogynistic. Yes, I'm very space. Thank you. Okay, so yes, that's what she's. This is okay, but hers is no. She's like, absolutely not. All women will be miserable. Am I from the Balkans? No, I am of Italian descent, but I was born in South Africa. South Africa. Sorry, we kind of just smooth over that word. Okay, here we go.
You keep stressing this word inherent.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think because it speaks to natural order and every piece
Okay, so you're just going to talk about natural order and biology?
of life, I think, is enriched by
You
children.
don't think it's natural for women?
Life really is enriched by children. Life is enriched. My life has been enriched by my sister's children. My life has been enriched by my friend's children. So can you imagine how the life of the parent is enriched? I'm not going to argue with you and say, oh, your life isn't fulfilled by children. Mine is, my thing is, what are you going to choose to fulfill your life with? I don't want to go down that avenue. Please, if that's something that you are interested in, go and do that. Especially if you're worried about being a good parent, you're probably going to be a good parent. So go on. Candace is married to an English aristocrat, who might be secretly a baguette. Okay, you know what? I mean, why not? It wouldn't surprise me. Is there anything more pathetic than a male feminist? Well, let's see what kind of male feminist this one is. Because sometimes they call themselves it. That's the thing. A male feminist, like they call themselves it. Yeah, I don't know.
Women to get to decide what they want to do with their lives?
I do not think
Oh my god, he's saving me.
that saying women can decide whether or not they want to go to work or have children is problematic. What I'm
Okay, what are you saying? Okay, this is very important. Sorry, stop talking shit, Chintzia.
do not think that saying women can decide whether or not they want to go to work or have children is problematic.
Okay. She just puts it in biology. That was her answer, basically. Biology, it's normal. Then she said, I don't believe saying women can choose problematic. Let me just check the transcript here. Problematic. Children. Problematic. Okay, everyone. Problematic. Let's just find this. Sorry, I'm looking for it in the 42-page transcript. Okay. I'm not saying that saying women can decide whether or not they want to go to work or have children is problematic. What I'm saying to you is that women will get the most from having a family. Okay. It's problematic. Women will get the most from having children. Family. Okay? I think most women, I guess we can say that. So as long as she's not, I think I would say fine, as long as you're not saying that women can't choose, then fine, but go off. Whatever you want. Believe what you must. And it is a mostly true thing. So that's not that bad. Is it wrong that I can take her more seriously with this voice? You know what? Very weird that it happens that way. Ooh, if artificial rooms were perfective and mass-produced, what value would women hold in society? Well, they still have to raise the children. When women are left to their own devices, they generally pick terribly. I mean, we don't really pick as well. When we left to our own devices, I don't know what to eat. I don't know.
What I'm saying to you is that women will get the most fulfillment from having a family.
Because it's natural.
Yeah, I think there's not much to talk about here.
It's natural, but also children are wonderful and beautiful and spiritually divine creatures.
Until they steal a car or something. Yeah, she's not for... Guys, I don't think she's advocating for forced pregnancies. And you know what? If she met me, she would be like, yeah, that woman, don't let her have children. So I'm sure that she's okay with she just thinks that the default should be consider having children, okay? Don't encourage people not to. That's have it neutral, okay? Get the most from having family, children, because it's natural. And it's natural, not only, but children, but also children divine. There is some spiritual crazy thing that happens being solely responsible for a human being that you created. Can you... Hello? I can understand. It must be so fucking trippy to hold this child in your hands after it's been inside you for 9 months and you're like, oh, this came from... Like, you're a conscious being that has created, that has reproduced. This is going to be the trippiest fucking thing. And yes, maybe some people don't even find it trippy and then they feel bad. But yeah, point is, I can completely get on board with this, that it is very fulfilling and it should be considered and know what you're giving up. Okay? And if you just don't want it, I don't know, there's just this thing. If you just don't want it, don't have it. It's fine. Please give me the choice. Please don't make me have children.
I mean, they're amazing. There's everything about having a child. Yes, it's a lot of work. It's
okay.
beautiful.
I hear that. Well,
yeah.
Have the claim they're talking about at the bottom of the YouTube video, in my opinion, my one or them, because they do have it. If you see here, full screen layout, they do have no career will give women as much. They have it at the top. So you're saying they should bring it to the bottom, but or I should put it, no career will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. Creamage, you are a guiding light for the channel. So tell me whether this was for me, because I can put it streaming at the bottom. Not every woman is called to be a mother, but mothers should. Oh, it's just hard to see. Yeah. Not every woman is called to be a mother, but mothers should be the most respected role in society. Yeah. Hey, and that also means fathers as well. I don't know. What do you mean? Only mothers? Come on. Kitty, consider this. If you don't have kids, your enemies will. And they'll be the ones who'll be taking care of you when you're old. My enemies. Oh, which enemies are these? And yeah, taking care of me. I don't think they'll take very good care of me, hey? And also, it's not my sister's children's responsibility to take care of me when I get old. It's my responsibility. Humans are constructed with an evolutionary blueprint. There's leeway for cultural and genetic predispositions, but in general, we embrace family. Modernity and ideology can't outthink biology. It's true. That you see that with the modern feminist women, that they eventually get their biological clock or whatever ticking, and they're like, oh fuck, I actually do want children. Like they actually do, and they've painted themselves into this corner that they don't want no man, and they've gotten into all these habits that like they're hyper independent and all of this stuff. So then they have to claw their way back to a family. So that's the danger of encouraging the ideology. So it's not that you can fight it. It's just that time gets in the way. Cats will have evolved by then, so they will take care of me. Yes. Accent do. Feed me. Time to feed me. I fed you your whole lives. Brr, pa. Yes, that's exactly what we can do as well. My enemies will probably brr, pa me as well. I really believe women can do something men can't. We both have our society roles, but they are not equal roles. Absolutely. All an independent woman needs is cats and wine. And friends. At least she needs friends. Okay? She can't be by herself. Sorry kids, you couldn't hear you from the glass. Okay guys, chat is taking us off course as usual. One last one. For those who don't know, around 9% of a woman's eggs are gone by the age of 30. Good. I'm 34. I'm waiting for them to go out. But people will still be harassing me about children until I'm about 45. They'll still be like, wow, you don't want children. It's like, it's a long slog. I'll be like, oh, I can't have children. They'll be like, okay, well, you could. Why didn't you freeze your eggs? Blah, 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 blah. Anyway. Let's get on with it. Your eggs expired. Yeah, they're rotten. This is an argument my husband has. He's like, don't worry, don't be so paranoid. I'm like, no, I'm paranoid, boys. I've got two types of birth control. You'll hate menopause. I'm probably not going to enjoy it. I don't think anyone likes menopause. 34, 10 years. Kitty's carton might be empty. I'm a hag, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Okay, what if there's a little girl born and it's her dream her entire life to be an author or to be,
She can be an author, mommy.
On TV or any of these things.
Ooh, what do you be on TV? Gross.
And having children is very expensive. It takes a lot of time. So how is it better for that, and I understand this is hypothetical, but that hypothetical little girl to have children than to pursue these things that would make her happy as she...
Well, they would make her happy, but they wouldn't make her as happy as motherhood. Check out, he's getting voted out because he's not being hard enough on her. He's just having a chat with her.
I just think that if she publishes the book and she has a child, she would agree with me that the child was more fulfilling and made her happy. That's what I'm happier than the book did.
She would agree, or she would socially, if she was a sociopath of some sort, okay, she would know that she has to say that to you, because she can't be, you're supposed to say your children are more fulfilling than anything else in the world. There might be a person who, there are some women, mothers, fathers actually, that are they're not very good parents. So they might not actually be as fulfilled as you think they are. They'll say the right things, or they might not. There's some people that won't say the right things, that they will completely say, yeah, my kids, yeah, they're cool, but you know what's cooler? My job. There are people that feel that way, okay? Candace, I'm sorry, there are people that feel that way. And, but they know that they have to, this is the norm. The norm is to say that they are more fulfilled. I would say on average, most people do find their children fulfilling though, and life-changing. Those people that I'm talking about are exceptions.
Is what I'm saying, and I say this as a published author of a New York Times.
I'm a New York Times bestseller. Oh God.
I would choose my children over my best-selling book, and I was that little girl who had a dream that, like, oh, it would be really great if I could.
I would choose my little girl over my book. Okay. So I'm just gonna put here. He puts in a hypothetical of a girl that wants to be an author. Hypothetical about little girl who wants, aspires to be an author. Okay, that's what he brought in as what do we do? So she said the way she twists that hypothetical is she would agree with me if she had kids. Her kids were the most fulfilling. The most fulfilling thing in her life. That's what she means. Basically, I would choose my little girl over my book. That's basically what she means, that career stuff is just, it's never going to be that fulfilling. How can it be? I suppose if you are maybe some sort of, even then, like even as a psychologist or something that is helping somebody self-actualize, that like you really help build many people up and you help them become and like reach their potential and everything, you really do touch their lives. That is still not comparable to raising a child, because that child owes its entire existence to you, and you were responsible. You are entirely responsible for that thing. It's a very different scope. So yeah, a retarded monkey could be an NYT best-selling. Hey, I want to be an NYT best-selling.
Share my thoughts and ideas in a book, but it is utter insanity for me to reflect on that and say that I would have rather published Blackout than to have my 3 children.
But why is it rather? You see what I'm saying?
It's not.
Why is it rather? It's okay. She's not saying it's rather. She's saying, well, her claim kind of does make it sound like it's rather. Or the rest of her claims do. But she's saying if we have to look at the value, it's a her rather is a hypothetical. So why is it rather?
Rather, I'm just saying
well, that's your claim. That's your claim, is that?
No, that's not her claim. Her claim is that it's more fulfilling to have children than to have just a career.
It's better.
It will be more fulfilled.
Right.
Yes.
So rather.
Well, if it's an either or, if you're saying it's an either or, I'm just saying that if these 2 things have happened in your life.
Okay, so we've assumed an either or. Let's look at the wording of these claims, right? Okay, devalued woman less happy. Fine. No career will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. Again, that actually isn't it. Look, we were making fun of her and we were saying, well, you give up your career then. It isn't inherently in her claim. It isn't in her claim that that women shouldn't have careers. It's just that they need to understand that children are more fulfilling than the career. Pursuing just the career, only caring about the career, is folly. That's basically what she's saying. Okay. How you doing, Wadey? Sorry, wait. Everybody gets a Y at the end of their name once I'm affectionate to them, or I call them ugly. That's a thing as well. Okay.
The thing that will bring you more spiritual fulfillment will be children. And so women who are neglecting that, who are neglecting the pathway to, strive toward family because they think their career is going to hug them at night, or they think that when they're on their deathbed, their career is going to come up next to them and say, you were so great to me.
Okay, so the thing is that she mentions the things you miss out on, right? Your career is not going to, your career isn't going to comfort you, basically. When you're dying, or when you're sad, comfort you, or thank you when you're on your deathbed. There is a lot more.
I think that they've stepped into a delusion, and I'm
spiritual fulfillment. What's that? She might. That does make people's ears go. Woo, woo, woo. What are you talking about? God? You talking about God? That did you just assume my belief? But I think we could just go spiritual, as in like you.
hopeful that they wake up from it before it's too late.
All right, pause.
Yeah.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
Yeah, you're not being ugly enough to her. Sorry, white man.
Please return to your seat.
Girls.
Hi.
Hey, man.
Nice to
Well, that's a lot of denim.
meet you.
Okay, so currently,
Give me a choice to be a continue my job or be a full-time uncle. I'll pick the latter, but the latter doesn't pay the bills. That's true. There you go. Full-time uncle. Full-time auntie, same. I am an auntie now. You can call me Tani Wade.
women make up about 47% of the workforce.
Naima. So is Naima going to be like, what are you going to do with all these women now? What is creamage? Duldy, Zaxy, creamy, wadey. Yeah, listen, somebody was calling creamage creamy the other day before I did. Okay, so what's her name? Guys! My lack of working memory, sorry. As usual.
Hi.
Naima. She remembered it. Good girl. Okay. What do uncles do? They play video games. They fetch you from school. They take you to the movies when your parents are going on a date or something. Then they have their own kids and they forget about you.
Yeah.
Okay, so currently, women make up about 47% of the workforce.
Okay. So, women make up the workforce. Okay.
If this were the case and that women were just inherently unhappy or unfulfilled work,
Oh, let's see here. What did they fact check? Fact check women. Women made up 40% of the US civilian labor force in 2023, according to Pew Research. That's up from 30% in 1950. Okay. Fact check. Up. $1950. Pew Research. Being the cool parent of the group and making them want to stay with you rather than your parents. Yeah, that's Gordon. He's the cool uncle. I'm the strict aunt. Because I'm like, what are the parents' rules? I want to enforce the parents' rules. Because I don't want to be a nuisance to the parents. Whereas Gordon's like, ha ha ha, screw the parents. Whatever, they must have fun with me. They can't do anything wrong when they're with me. Okay. Fact check's actually supposed to be in green. I'm also the disciplinarian in my family as well. Oh wow. Yeah. You like them rules? Oh god, I can definitely imagine you being the Karen aunt to your nieces and nephews. How can you? No, you've seen, actually you probably have seen it because you've seen how I treat the thinkers. It's basically that, just without the swearing. I swear I don't swear at the kids. I don't want to inconvenience. Tell us more about being a strict aunt. No, I'm really bad. I'm like my niece or nephew will start whining or whatever. And I'm like, excuse me, this is what do you think this is? Like, I'm mean. But then Zach's, I play Minecraft with them and Roblox, so I'm cool. Although I think I'm running out of cool points because they're getting older and they're gonna be like, you're so cringe. Okay. Women workforce, there we go.
And would just prefer to be at home. Why don't they?
Yeah, if women would prefer to be at home, why don't they? When did I play Roblox? I played it a couple months ago with my nephew. And the thing that I don't like about it is it's not just one game. They're just running around the game. I'm like, cool, let's play this version of the game. Let's go and play this build over here. And we get into it and I'm just finally getting the controls and he's like, mm-mm. And he just goes and he wants to go to a different game. I'm like, wait. And then we play Minecraft. And I'm like, cool, let's start gathering this and that. And then he's like, let's go to another world. And anyway. Master. Hey, Master. Okay, so why don't women make up? Why, if it's natural? I think I know what Candace's answer is going to be. It's like, well, because women have been sold the lie. Feminism has sold them a lie. Okay, it's step aunt. It's natural for women to want. If it's natural for women to want to stay home, why don't they? Why don't they? Well, also in this economy. Like, you want to try and raise kids? Do anything in this economy? Okay. Do I call him Mastery? Masty? Cassiliacy? Okay.
Because we've made that due to prior feminist waves nearly impossible, because now, which I believe that the reason that the government wanted women to enter the workforce is because it gave them an opportunity to tax a household twice.
Okay, so feminism, waves of feminism. Also the government wants to tax households twice. Okay, and then we've got a fact check over here. There are a number of reasons for more women entered the workforce. The Pregnancy Discrimination Act, 1978, access to childbirth, recognition of sexual harassment in the workplace, and the ability of women to apply for a line of credit without male co-signer starting age. So this, sorry, that's fact check? No, that's just giving another argument. But okay, hey Shield Wall. So I'm just gonna put here for the fact check, which is interesting. A number of reasons women entered the workforce. So it's like pregnancy discrimination. Discrimination Act. 1978. Access to birth control. Recognition of sexual harassment in the workplace, and the ability of women to apply for a line of credit without male. Women ability to apply for credits without male co-sign. 1974. Check my Discord for you being an uncle. I shall. Has feminism just made the 1% richer? Why are we struggling to buy a house on 2 paychecks? Yeah, because of the economy, because Biden
And so
economics.
this goes back to what I was saying, is
Wait, all the way in South
that there's a
Africa.
lot of financial pressure that is being exerted on young women to enter the workforce.
Okay, government tax households twice. Then also the financial pressure to enter the workforce. Okay, yes, there is that. And the fact check.
And they do so blindly under this illusion that somehow entering the workforce is going to make you more fulfilled, like getting yourself into 6 figures of debt going to college to then take on a career and be in debt and having to pay student loans while you make 35K is going to make you happier. And I'm
Okay, so rather have your husband pay his debt off and you stay at home with the kids? It's just not. So she's blaming. She has blame for external factors. So she has a way that it ought to be, but I don't think she thinks that it can be this way anymore. But she knows the way it ought to be, is what she's trying to say. Also, there is women. I think this is related to the waves of feminism, so I'll put it here. Women are convinced going for their career will be more fulfilling. It'll be more worth it. Now the usual argument is, why not both? And well, I don't know how both goes. Tell us, Candace, how both goes.
saying that isn't actually true.
Okay, so I hear that.
Yeah.
At the same time, would you not agree that women can both have a career and
There it is. Women can both have a career and be a mother. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake, Chinsia. Why? Why do you have to be so fucking useless?
169
35K is going to make you happier. And I'm saying that isn't actually true.
Okay, so I hear that.
Yeah.
At the same time, would you not agree that women can both have a career and have children? I mean, you are actively doing that right now.
Yes. Women can both have a... You are doing that right now. Okay, so I think this is the first time we get her called to account somewhat in a nice way. Naima is not being ugly. Okay, she's just going, hey, you're doing it, wouldn't you agree? So her response here is very important. She can lock herself in if she doesn't respond accordingly, if she doesn't actually own what she's doing right now. Because somebody said, who wants to work? It sucks. I know. Do you think men are out there going, yay, work, it's so good, that's so cool, It's the no. Hi ho, hi ho.
And I want to be very clear because I am actively doing it right now. I would be someone that you would call an exception because I get to
Yeah, there we go. She's like, I'm an exception.
work from home. I get to wake up in the morning. I don't have a boss, right?
I get to wake up in the morning. Oh my god, me too. Okay, so she's like, I'm an exception. So she's like, I'm an exception. It's fine. I'm an exception. I work from home. No boss. What else? She's special. Woke. Everybody make sure you're okay. Woke. I would prefer to wake up in the afternoon. Mostly. She saw the sun come up this morning. She saw the morning star rise. I loved working when I was in the military. Well, if we were not out 12-hour shifts a week, weekend duty. Take care, work is calling. God damn it, kids. See ya. Enjoy your work. You know. She's married to a multi-millionaire. Okay, well that's why she can do it. Okay. So it's not because she's working, it's because okay. It's kind of the only reason I'm able to do this is also because of my husband. So we're exceptional women's. Actually, no, we're not. We're just normie. We're just literally just dependent on our husbands. And that makes me feel shame. I don't. She's fine, I suppose. Yeah, if you're rich, you can hire a nanny. Yeah, so you can have a nanny looking after your children.
I don't have to go into the office from 9 to 5. I get to then therefore spend the entire morning with my children.
You're an exception, and the 47% of women that make up our labor force are also an exception?
No.
Okay. I'm the best dependent black woman. Okay, so I'm an exception, work from home, no boss, spend time with children. Okay, so she can do all of that. She can build her studio in her backyard. Okay, and then, whoops. So we've got, her response is, well then, if you're an exception. I don't think this is a good question to go for, because it's, of course not, but it brings the conversation forward. If you're an exception, are the 47% of women also, like, obviously not an exception, but anyway, it brings the conversation forward, I suppose. Because what would your argument be? How is this a counter argument to what she's saying? Okay, I'm an exception because I can be, because of the nature of my work, I can work at home. I can still be a good mom. But the 47, the normies that are working, the normie women that go to the office every day and whatever, those ones are not exceptional. Why bother having a child if you're not going to care for it? Oh, because it's an accessory, because that's what you do. That's the thing that I was so against when I was younger. It was like, guys, it's why do you think it's just a thing to do? It's just because everyone does it, we must do it. No, it's a choice. It's a choice, and you need to really, it seems like people didn't really understand the gravity of having a child. They were just like, oh, well, we do this. This is what we do. We play a house and then we have a child. It's like, no, it's a very big deal.
Oh, the exact opposite. So I'm trying to make it more realistic, because I think it's really bad form when people who are able to stay at home, right, and are able to start working at, 1 o'clock p.m. as I do after being around their children. The children are running around all day.
Her day starts at 1.
Will then preach to you that every woman can have this. That's not the reality. The reality is that the overwhelming majority of people are stuck behind a desk all day, and they're not happy. They're not doing work that gratifies them at all. And at the same time, they're suspending.
Well, that's just what career you...
Okay, so, and if you're an exception to the woman, also exception. I think she's also, no, most people are behind the desk. Or I'll just also say bad to be be unrealistic. Expect women to be able to have a life like this. Like hers. Okay. Cool. I think that's fine. She understands, but she's a living hypocrite. No. I guess you could still say it's like, well, but she's like, no, I have the freedom. So why doesn't she fight for the right for women to have work from home? If you're a female, vagina equals work from home.
Choosing, but I think that the issue
Most
with
people
your
work a 9 to 5. I think that's
okay,
the
yes,
reality,
but
right?
if it's the job that is making them unhappy, then maybe they should have chosen a different career path and not the structure of the career itself. But my
Okay, so if it doesn't make them happy, I expect women to have a life like hers. Oh, most people are behind a desk and unhappy. And then she's like, oh. Did she say most people? Most women. And then she's just like, well, she could have chosen a different career. Because we can do anything we want. This is the culture that we live in. You can do anything you want to do, anything you put your mind to. And then when the reality hits it hurts. It hurts so bad.
The issue with this is that not only is it claiming that women can't both be mothers and have jobs, which we know to be true because
We know to be true, yeah, my mom. Except be quiet. I ain't gonna keep quiet. Yeah, my mom's a pretty awesome mom. She worked.
millions of women
But also again, I'll tell you again, she had much more flexible hours than my dad.
do that. My mother does that. You are actively doing it right now. But it also is qualifying what every single woman in this country wants without any clear evidence. I mean, there's 169 million women in this country. Over. How can you say that you know exactly what every woman secretly wants? Are you asking them?
That wasn't my claim that I...
She's saying it's not her claim. No career will give women as much joy. No, that is what you're saying. Okay? It's silly. It is silly to keep her to this claim's boundaries, because of course we're going to make generalized statements when we're making these claims and whatever. That's it. But she is saying, okay, fine, you do need to qualify it. Qualify your extreme statement by saying, are you claiming to know? Are you claiming to know? Well, the format of the claim, do you guys agree? The format of the claim, no career will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. That does assume what women want, yes? Candace is doing that. No, Candace is not going to wear anything cute because she's a mamarina. She can't do that. Okay. Stupid scroll. Okay. So I could have a different career, but also, okay, let's go back here. This is like a new angle she's taking it from. They're absolute statements. Candace really should have worded the claims better. I feel like this is a combination of Jubilee surrounded format and Candace. So you can try to, I don't know, you try to make your statements less extreme, but it's yeah, it's not gonna get you the views, right? Or get you the argument. Momarina, it's actually Momarina. It's like this, Momarina, like this. Like this. There. I don't know where it came from, but I started calling people arena at the end, like things arena, catarino, doggerino. Anyway, okay. You're claiming to know what? You're Rexy. It's Rexia. You're claiming to know what? Hey, Rex, it's the 1st of July, so Rexy is no longer fabulous Rexy. Okay, claiming to know what all women want. Okay, that is an extreme. So I would say that what you do is that, okay, yeah, kind of what Peterson did, where he was like, it's a very general statement. I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying in general, yeah, I think this is what it is. I'm still gay for 2 hours. Okay, enjoy it.
Secretly know what every single woman wants. I'm saying that if you measure up at the end of your life, what brought you more fulfillment, your career or a children, raising children in your family, we will discover that, and there actually have been studies, people that have gone.
Okay, so she's. I'm not saying I know, but I know. That's basically what she's saying. I'm not denies. She's saying that. But then says you will find people are more fulfilled by children than by a career. So it's like I'm not saying that everyone is, but everyone is. According to Top 5 Regrets of the Dying by Bronnie Ware, too much work is the number 2 regret behind not living a true life to yourself. So the fact check is from another book. Okay, cool, a book. Fact check. So there was a whole book. So this is what we're gonna do. Top 5 regrets of the dying. But this kind of does go with what she's saying. The regrets of the dying. Bronnie Ware. Too much work is number 2. Behind not living life true to yourself. Okay, so obviously this book is somebody's surveying the dying. I mean, they go to like the I suppose the hospice, and they're like, hey, what's your biggest regret? And people are like, hey, I worked too much. So it does go with what she's saying. She's saying, listen, too much work and not being true to yourself. Okay, so what if being true to myself was, I don't want to have children, but I think if I landed up having them, I probably would be just brainwashed by circumstance, transformed, if you will, into a mother, and I would probably be happy that I had them. But I'm not taking that chance, okay? I don't want that, okay? That's the point. I don't want to take that. I don't want to take that step. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's such a huge step. It's so scary. My goodness, never. Okay, we'll find people more fulfilled by children than by career. Okay, so she's saying, I'm not willing to say it, but also I know. Okay.
Onto people on their deathbeds, and the number 1 regret that people had was that they gave too much to their careers, and this includes men, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, of course, human relation is going to be valued over money and profit.
So then,
yeah, exactly. Human relation is going to be valued over money and profit. So I agree. I would probably still have my husband. Definitely would have that regret working too much already. He would have that. But my dad wouldn't. My dad would not. He would be like, yeah, he loves work, man. Okay, so that it's almost like everybody's an individual, and we have to look at them on an individual case basis. But at the same time, society has certain heuristics that we have, like certain ways that we should and shouldn't live, and encouraging people not to have children is weird. Okay, let's call it that. Let's use the weird word. Douglas, let's go. Okay, human relation will be more important. Well, yeah. Okay, she agrees with that. So she's fine with that, but it's like, it doesn't have to necessarily be children though. So she agrees with this though. So, I guess you could twist it.
But at the same time, what does that even...
with my argument?
I do
at all.
disagree with
You're
your
agreeing with
argument.
my
Yes,
argument.
humans prefer humans over a job, but that's not just singular to women. That's
Than a job. More important than a job. But that's not singular to women. Just for women. There's actually an insurance company called Just for Women in South Africa. For women.
everyone. And my question is, what does that even have to, like, what is the goal of that? Should every woman quit working and just have a child?
Children.
Yeah, oh, fuck. That's a good question. That's what what do you want, Candace? What do you want? Oh.
Family, because you think that you have to first climb.
Is going to be valued over money.
By the way.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, of course,
So
human
then-
relation is going to be valued over money and profit.
So then
but
you
at
don't
the same
disagree
time,
with,
what
you
does
don't
that
disagree
even?
with my argument?
I do disagree with
Men actually get higher rates because they're more reckless. That's the claim that they're making with First for Women.
You're agreeing with my
yes,
argument.
humans
I spent time with my dad but regret we couldn't have more real moments. He came back home tired and wanting to relax in front of the TV. Emotional openness and time is what we need as a society. Like real quality time together.
prefer humans over a job, but that's not just singular to women. That's everyone. And my question is, what does that even have to, like, what is the goal of that? Should every woman quit working and just have a child?
Well,
What's the goal? That's a good question. What's the goal of that? Should every woman just quit working and have a child? Like, yeah, it sounds like that's what you want from us. Let's address that. Let's take it to the logical conclusion. So, fine, you're telling us this. What does this mean? What do you want? Whoa, what is this? Oh, I saw that. What the frack? New Black State Raid! Woo! Hi, guys! I'm gonna be on there, guys. Hi, everybody. We are here to clap your cheeks. My cheeks are thoroughly clapped. I consider them extremely reddened. Hey, Gator. Hi, guys. What you guys been talking about? And now you brought everybody here. And we're talking about ladies. So should ladies, everybody in the chat, everybody, all the new raiders, tell us, should all women quit their jobs and have babies? Is that what we do now to solve the problem? Everybody quit their job, all the females out the workforce now. Oh, the honkies. Sorry, Dildo is just saying honky just so that I laugh, because I laugh at that word. Is saying no diggity. Oh, people are. Yes, our birth rate is too low. Okay, so yes, but no babies. Christopher doesn't want that. Christopher's like, listen, get out the workforce. I don't care. You know what? Actually, don't go and make more babies. Just leave it. So we got a few. Yes, but no, Chris. Okay, so yeah, should I put a poll in? Let's put a poll for our raiders. Let us know what you think. Should all women in the workforce quit and have a baby? Okay, and just assume yes, and no, I'm just gonna say no. Yes and no. Say yes if yes, no babies even. Okay, so there. I'm starting the poll. I knew y'all would like her. Okay, I hope so. Let's make baby creating communes. We can do this together. Wait! Naughty! It's baby making time. We need money, mommy. Exactly! Mommy's gotta work. All women I've encountered in the workforce should quit. I'm certain of that. What? Okay, guys, come. Let's seeing as we got a raid here. Let's move away from the the documentary, the diagram for a second. Okay, let's talk about women in the workforce. What's wrong with women in your workforce, guys? Like, tell me. Oopsie. First of all, they're clumsy, I suppose. I don't want to take this, not removed from studio. I don't want to take it down. Benny? Yeah. Baby making cooperatives, return to honking. What? Subscribe to her to make her stay at home instead of joining the workforce. Yes, Kada! Okay, that is what would happen. Listen though, Kada, I'm not having babies though. I'm not having babies, so what am I supposed to do over here? Look after the cats? They stir up shit. Okay. How do they stir up? Tell me, Shieldwell, how do they stir up shit? I'm interested. They always file restraining orders against me. Good damn it. Oh, god damn it. Surprise. Maybe stop surprising them with your... Less babies, not more. China has its right for once. We are vastly overpopulated. Okay, so Stiff Kittens thinks we're actually overpopulated. Other people said lower birth rates. Yo, what's up, everyone? Hey, Gooch. Is this the Gooch? What's with the profile picture? Gucci. We will talk to Gordon about that. No, Gordon as well is not interested in that whole thing. So do you guys have any advice? What about me? I don't want children, but I have to join the workforce at some point. Like the stream where you're gonna get a big Shirley. Quality over quantity. Okay, so what is this with regard to subscribing to me? That's me. Also, you're telling the algorithm you like me by speaking. You can adopt. I don't want children, but I can adopt. Okay. Life was simpler when Natasha Bedingfield was singing "I Want to Have Your Babies Get Serious Like Crazy." There is no such thing as overpopulation. Yes. I'm not used to this kind of chat. The world is huge. We are a major birth crisis globally. Okay? Yeah, have more babies. Listen, we've already discussed this. Mine are all past due. Mine are all past their expiration date. So I can't do anything for you guys. All of your ancestors throughout all history survived pestilence, war, and famine, ending up with you. Now you just say, fuck it, not having kids because too difficult? Yes, Mark. Yes. But you know what? That's it. Maybe I would be in a different position if my sister hadn't had children. Maybe then I would be. If both of us didn't want children. But the fact that I have seen my sister's living, breathing children in front of me, I'm good. Oh, it's your second channel. Oh, okay. Cats aren't babies, by the way. No! Don't tell me when machines take over, they will grow babies in fields. Okay, but how? They'll raise them in the Matrix, though, right? You're too smart not to have kids. Oh, thanks for thinking I'm smart. But wouldn't me not having kids make up me stupid then? But yeah, I still appreciate that. Yeah, not having children's, but being an aunt. Hey, this is not about me. Are we talking about the work? Yes, sis. Stay on track. Workforce. Let's see what our poll is looking. Yes, 64, 65, 67% saying yes, and other people said no. Okay, so the people that said no, yeah, the Matrix, kitty, yeah. Okay, so the people that said no, I blame capitalism. Okay. What about just my psychological quirkiness? It's not capitalism who did that to me. Okay, so, well, I suppose it gave me the freedom to be crazy. Children and family are the most important things. On your deathbed, your family and kids will be the most important things you think about and want them by your side. That's actually just what Candace Owens was just talking about. She was saying that your career is not going to be there on your deathbed and say to you, thank you so much for all you've done for me. You know, it's not going to do that. Yeah, but kids will ruin the lifestyle I'm accustomed to. Exactly. 90% of childless women regret it. I have decided that I'm exceptional, and I would rather regret that than regret having a child, than live having a little seed of regret in my body that I didn't plan to have this child. Yeah. Joke's on you, I'll die in a ditch. Hey! As long as you don't die in my ditch, okay? Hey? I'm a kitty cat. And I dance. Thank you for the subscription, Sierra. Welcome to the colony. I'm a colonizer. Cats are, when they're in a group, they're called a colony. The end. But okay, so I wanted to talk about women in the workforce. You guys are having a great time preaching at me to have children. I will get on that immediately. Okay? Let's turn off the stream and I'm gonna go and just check out what my husband's doing. Okay? I'll do that and you guys will be happy for me. Man? Before I do that, before I go and get impregnated, can you guys tell me about women in the workforce? Is your majority, the fact that the majority of you want them out of the workforce, is it just because you want the babies? If we could have the babies and the careers, would you be okay with that? So if like, do you want them in the workforce at all? I am getting catty. Kitty's eggs are expired and her hubby still brings home the bacon. Yeah. No, you wouldn't want them. Okay, so let's talk about why. Okay, why wouldn't you want them? What is wrong with them in the workforce? Tell me this. I mean, I have been in the workforce, guys. I didn't get to 34 doing nothing. Okay? I haven't been in corporate, though. I've been in small companies. Women quit the workforce, productivity would increase. Okay? Some women that I've worked with, no ways. Those people are productivity. They are machines. A woman like me, a bit too ditzy for the workforce. But hire me. Kitty can't have babies if she's trans. Okay, yeah, we can pretend that, but let's not. If you don't mind, subtitles is crazy watch, but it's worth it. Oh, what are you talking about? Too many HR departments. That's the only place I could get hired, really. Okay, stop lying that you're 30. I am. There are a few select jobs that women must do, like teachers, nurses, etc. Okay, so look, I wouldn't mind being a teacher. I really would not mind being a teacher. But nurses, yes, I think they make great nurses if they're good. If they're not those killer nurses, which, you know, true crime girly over here enjoys that sort of story, but don't do that. So okay, which workforce should women be? Should they be secretaries? I'm 43, but I identify as 8. My baby, the camera's on, and we're supposed to have babies. He closed the door on me. You're a teacher of sorts. I don't know what I'm teaching, but I'm trying. What jobs are you even allowed to do there? All of the jobs, except for, I mean, nobody is allowed to be a prostitute. So, no, they need to be in the house cooking and having babies. Okay. What if they can't cook very well? They got to get better. They got to get good. What jobs are even allowed? Yeah, so guys, there is no restriction on jobs for women here, but I suppose, here being United Arab Emirates, but I suppose they're probably not going to want me on the building site, because they're going to be like, could you just not be so weak? Women have no place teaching boys. They suck at it. It's difficult to, I don't know how, yeah. I think boys being taught by women, only certain boys are able to be. All jobs except for prostitute was not at all what I was expecting. Women are called the gentle sex for a good reason. They need not to be coarsened in the labor market. Aww, thanks Christopher Hitchens. But I have to have a baby for you to care. But he died, so it's fine. when you watch it, okay, you guys talking, homeschool is optimal. Okay, so you got to have the child and school the child. A lot of men are willing to be house husbands these days. Thoughts? Good question, Wade. Come on, guys. What do you guys think? Would you be a house? Because I know my husband would. He wouldn't mind. He says so. He wouldn't mind. But maybe he would get bored. I think he would make sure that that would just make him pursue his own personal passions, which would be engines. he would try and become a mechanic. Basically, he would just learn to be a mechanic or make something. That's what he would do if he was a house husband. He would use money to do that. But I don't think he would sit at home and do fuck all. I don't think he would do that. Fuck all is fuck all. You picked that up, didn't you? So I don't think he would do that. That's a complete lie. Okay. Men are biologically designed to protect and provide. Yeah, there are some men that say, okay, I think there's a lot of men that will say they're okay with being the house husband, but they wouldn't feel very good. I feel like they wouldn't feel good doing it. Okay. But then there are men that fit into it perfectly, and they're okay with it. They know that they've got to do stuff in the house, and they know that they have worth in the house, with what they contribute to the household, and then the woman just does the money contribution. What if one of you just is more financially viable than the other? What if one of you is just better qualified and smarter and making more money? Only male feminists are okay with that. Okay. Family and children unlock responsible masculinity. Yes, they do. I think I've seen it happen. There's women who can firefight, but the different standards are dangerous. Oh yeah. Now they're not real men to other men. Yeah, and have very little friends except other house hubbies taking care of the kiddos. Okay, yeah, so they would find it difficult to relate to other men. Is the video over? No, it's not. I wanted to talk about women in the workforce, but you guys have not really done it for me. So anyway, let's get back to the video. You're right. And let's get back to the diagram. I was getting very conversational because I wanted to ease everybody from the raid into a diagram. But basically it's reaction content with notes. Okay? So don't be scared when you see the diagram. Okay? Cool. Regardless of whether I'd be emasculated or not, if I just kicked it at home all the time, I would be a drug addict or criminal or something pretty quickly. Yeah, I think my husband would just eat and watch TV. But then I think he would not feel good about himself and eventually pick himself up and find something. The Raid is an awesome movie. That's what they were talking about on Masculine Monday, hey? There's a big difference in helping around the house and being a stay-at-home hubby. Oh yeah. Oh my word, gay. What's gay? Okay. Cool. Let's continue. So that was the claim we were talking about. The claim that we are busy on is I just watched this video, can't go through it again. Yes, you will, and you will go through it in excruciating detail, because that's what we do here on That I'm Kidding. So, no career will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. I think I know what chat thinks about that. It's true. But what we're trying to figure out from Candace is what does she want? What does she want? Does she want everyone, like the poll, to quit and have babies? All the females must have babies. It's not women in the workplace, it's the claim. The claim that she makes is no career will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising kids. So that is what Candace Owens is talking about. She's discussing it at the moment with somebody called Naima, and Naima is saying, oh, okay, so you're saying that all women, you know what all women want, and she's like, well, just on average, just the thing that happens at the end of your life is, as people have said in the chat, your children are the ones that you want by your bedside. Your career is not going to be there.
I'm just trying to warn you that if you decide to suspend that pursuit of family because you think that you have to first climb
That's all she's doing. She's saying, I'm warning you that if you suspend your pursuit of family, you're not going to be fulfilled.
the ladder, a lot of women make that mistake and they don't end up finding a
But
partner.
that's their right. It's free will.
You
We
would
live
Yeah, that's their right. It is your right to screw up your life. It's true. Quit their job. I'm warning them against pursuing the against going up the ladder. Career at expense of family. Essentially, is what she's saying. I don't think women should be denied the joy of work, and they never historically were. Women always have worked, but without a family or children, that work will end up an albatross of late life regret. If that's the only thing, what are you working for if you don't have that? If you don't have that to work for, and it shouldn't be the thing that you're striving for in your life. Okay, that's what you mean, Mark. Okay, okay, she's warning against that career. Sorry. Sweet. Let's go.
definitely have a right to make
You don't
a
get to
mistake.
say what
Oh, she's like, you don't get to say. That's their right. Yes, it is their right. But she's saying, listen, bro, don't. But I don't know why they're yelling at each other now. Or I suppose we could say it's because they're women. Lol, lol.
have a right to make
you
a
don't get
mistake.
to say what people should and shouldn't do.
I didn't.
You don't get to say it. She's like, I didn't.
I don't think my claim is this is what people should or should not do.
I don't know, it's implied. This is what people should or shouldn't do is implied there. Don't you guys think? When you make this statement, you are implying something about the way people should live. Right? But what if women didn't have rights?
just simply stating that my claim is that you will be more fulfilled if you focus on
You
trying
don't get to decide
build
what
a
other
family.
people are fulfilled by.
You don't get to decide. You don't. That's true. And she keeps trying to say that she's not telling people what to do. You should just say, it's my opinion. I believe. And then what? Then we don't get blood sports on the internet, I suppose. She's making a descriptive claim, not a should claim, I'm pretty sure. She's describing it, but there is this should implied. Because she's saying women all over the world, no matter what kind of woman, they're probably going to regret not having children. That's basically what she's saying. She's like, if they, I know that it's going into semantics and a little bit dodgy. Good night, Shield Wall. They should do what if women didn't have rights for the next one. There's no what ifs going on here. She's trying to say she's not making a should, but she is. I think she needs to own her ought. Say, I think this is what I think women should do. I know I can't tell people what to do, but this is what I think they should do. It's not the same thing as they must.
Okay, I'm making my claim here that women are infinitely more fulfilled in the household and raising children than they are taking that 9-to-5 job.
But you have no
So she's only making that, and she says you have no evidence.
evidence
for
of
this.
that. In fact, you are evidence against your own claim.
I'm not.
She says you are evidence against your own claim because she's an exception. This is true. She says you are evidence against your own. You don't have evidence of your claim. Well, actually, we did have the fact check, and it was like, yeah, working too much and not being true to yourself are the biggest regrets. So, working too much seems to coincide with the fact that life is not fulfilling when you just work. Okay, you don't have evidence of your claim. You are evidence against your claim. She would only be evidence against her claim if she did not have children. That's the thing. She is evidence of an exception to the rule. She still has children. You don't need her to have. You need her not to have children for her to be an exception. So that's not really true.
Not evidence against my own claim.
You are.
I'm saying
you're
that
here at work right now.
I've literally said I am telling you women cannot have it all.
She has said she has made that she has explained this to everybody. No. I am working, absolutely, because I said this is something that she needed to address because it is quite hypocritical otherwise. If she's wanting everyone to quit their jobs, she's like, well, the fact is the way that my job is, the way that my job, the way that the configuration of what I need to do allows me to have children, but my children are what fulfills my life. She doesn't need to be she doesn't need her job essentially to have a fulfilled life. She doesn't need that to be to make her claim true. So she doesn't. The fact that she has both doesn't mean one is not better than the other. The fact that she has a job and children does not mean that she doesn't find her children more fulfilling. It doesn't cancel it out. So I understand.
That is an illusion, and that is an illusion that is stressing women out. And I think it is the reason why so many women are turning to popping pills, why there's been such a significant, more than 1,000.
Fact check. Her exact claim can't be verified. But in general, women use antidepressants twice at the rate of men. Her exact claim can't be verified. Okay, that people are taking more antidepressants, but we take more than men. We also seek help more than men, because men take their shit by themselves. So we seek medication.
1,000% increase.
But men.
Why funny voice? It's just to get the auto flagging off my back, because it gets a Jubilee video will be auto claimed, and then it's very clear that I'm very much within fair use when I use a Jubilee video, but I have to wait for that claim to turn over. So it's just like, let's not do this, please.
Men can have it all.
1999.
Men can be fathers and have a job, but women can't do that.
I don't think
Men can be fathers and have a job, yeah, because being a father is different to being a mother.
you can have it all.
It sounds like you're devaluing women. I think that women can do everything that a man
sounds like
can
women.
do.
Oh, you see, I don't believe that. I do believe that if you do have this high power career, you're going to have to choose at some point. You're going to start putting the child aside, and somebody needs to not be putting the child aside. At least men can do everything women can do, and women can't do everything a man can do. That's what Tony is saying. So men can do everything a woman can do, except for, birthing children and feeding them with milk. But I know what you mean. So yeah, okay, you don't have evidence for claim. Your evidence against your claim. I'm not. She said, not. Yaha, naha. I'm not. Okay. Oh, I said can't. Sorry. Okay, so I'm not. Just yelling me. Women can be astronauts too. Have you seen Blue Origin mission? No. You know what? I've only just heard about her. About the peace in space. That's it. So we're at the yaha naha part of the conversation. So here we go.
And men have done this historically throughout time and memoriam.
I think women is our.
Okay. You're devaluing. I think I'm gonna just say you're devaluing women. Devaluing women. Men can have a career and children. Yeah, that comparison is something to think about. But it is just because of the difference in role, the way a mother really does need to be home a lot when children are young. So if it is just one parent needs to be, at least, and it's usually the mom. It should be.
debate topic today. So
but I mean, women exist in a society with men. We are comparing
women are
and
trying
men.
to be both women and men.
Women, that is something that I have a problem with. Women are trying to be both women and men. They really are. And in terms of the claim one, where she said the sexual revolution has devalued women and made them more, made them less happy, that's where I get the idea of what triggered that concept yesterday was, yeah, women are trying to be like men in terms of promiscuity, of seeking sex and things like that, trying to think like men, trying to find it's just sex. It's not just sex. For a lot of us, it's not just sex. And if you find a woman that it really is just sex and she's not going to catch any feelings, that's a very exceptional case. So I think the fact that women really are, that is one thing I will have against feminism itself. Maybe not in this claim, but yeah, I guess you could call me that I'm trying to be like a man. I'm a weird hybrid because I don't want children, but at the same time, I'm rather okay with the fact that I'm never going to out-earn my husband. It would be great if I could, but I don't think I can. And I don't feel like that's an injustice. It's just the way it is. So okay, you don't have evidence of your claim. Your evidence against your claim. So what we have, the women, I believe women are trying to be men. Trying to be men and I think that's true, and that's a problem. That is a problem. Don't try and be men and women, be a woman. We live under gynocentrism, not matriarchy. Ooh, that would be a good counter argument for the next claim.
And that is why women are unhappy today, is because actually what's quite ironic about the feminist movement is that
women are just trying to be people.
I think
No.
women have been taught that being a woman is not enough, and that
Yes, they have been taught that being a woman is not enough, yeah. But then us weirdos on the side that are like, I don't want to be, I'm not a normal woman. So what do? I guess I just sit here and, you know what I do? I find an abnormal man and I marry him.
you have to also aspire to be a man, and that's the irony. It's like a psychological conditioning. What
yeah, one thing that really turns my husband off is me trying to be macho. He's like, what is this? You're 5 foot, shut up.
feminists went out and did and said is that in order for women to have value, women need to be like men. And I'm saying that actually women and men are biologically different.
Yes, we are. But what's wrong with me?
There are differences in our behavior, there are differences in our desires, and I think evidence of the feminist movement, by the way, shows us that, because even when women enter into the college education space, the pathways of career that we choose are different from men because we're
we still don't choose STEM.
biologically different, right?
Okay, so let's say that this is true, that women truly are more fulfilled at home. Now,
Everyone's voting. We need one more
the
person.
average cost of raising a child a year is around $21,000 or more. So my issue is, are you saying that women should just suddenly stop working and now the onus is entirely on men? Like the society that you're pitching is not sustainable.
Yes, that is a very valid criticism. The society I'm gonna put that as the main thing. The society you're pitching is not sustainable. That I think it doesn't have to be sustainable for her to be to stick with it, to say that she wants it, because she can just blame history on us getting to this point. She could say, yeah, it's bad, but this is the way I want it to be. And then we can go, cool, we're good, we're done with our conversation. It's not sustainable, okay? She just puts putting onus on the man to support when 2 incomes are hardly enough to raise a child, okay? Yeah, if you're a single income household and you can raise a child, you are balling. Congratulations. Copy style. Okay. It's not sustainable now because of socialism, which taxes women in the workforce to hell and back. Okay, I think this might be Candace's what's her name? Response. Maybe she might say that you need tax incentives and things.
Economically.
It was,
and I think
it was sustained economically.
But
it was okay, it was sustained. Yeah, but I would say it's not now. How would you make it now? Okay, it was cool. What do we do now to make it sustainable now?
it's not
Why should we vote for you, Candace?
right
All
now.
right, pause.
currently.
Naima, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
She's Dookie braids is off. This is what chat called her, not me. But I obviously accepted the name. Okay, so it was sustained economically. I don't think there was any winning going on here. There was just some, hey, why did you word your claim that way? That's weird. Okay, so we've got there. Hey, that's our white knight guy earlier. Okay. Less women in the workforce means less competition for men to get jobs, which would give them higher wages and more money to use for their family. Okay.
Hi, I'm Ceci.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What are you? Sassy?
So your claim
Cecilia. Okay. Okay.
that women will be happier at home. I think you're conflating, though, happiness with importance, because I get what you're saying, where a woman can write a book and have kids, but the kids are always going to make her happier. But I think it just means that kids are always going to be more important.
Hey, Nick. I cycled on Sunday and I did yoga, not yoga, I did Pilates yesterday. Woohoo! I feel like I have to report my workouts then.
Not necessarily make you happier, but also piggybacking on Naima. So your claims that women will be happier at home. I think you're conflating, though, happiness with importance, because I get
Conflating happiness. You're conflating happiness with importance. Okay. This is her main argument. Cecilia's main, well, the first thing that she's coming in with, her main proposition that she's trying to explain to us. What is that going to be? The next thing she says is supposed to support that, right? Okay.
you're saying, where a woman can write a book and have kids, but the kids are always going to make her happier. But I think it just means that kids are always going to be more important.
Okay. So there we go. She has explained conflating happiness. It's just that the kids will be more important than the job. Okay. Not that they would be more fulfilling. No, I think she does actually mean. I think she does mean that they're the better thing.
Not necessarily make you happier, but also
Not necessarily make you happier. They'll be more important, but they won't necessarily make you happier. And that. Look at how she's blown away by that idea. But there are crazies out there that might not actually be that happy about their kids. It's insane. I know it's insane for her too. It just doesn't compute. But there are people that are out there that don't deserve their children because they feel that way. They're like, yeah, the kids are important, but they're still me. They don't undergo that what's the name of that what do you call it? That responsibility transformation that happens with good parents. Okay, kids will be more important than the job. So she's like, that not necessarily make you more happier. So she's decided this is how she's going to take Candace's view, but Candace does not. No, Candace is definitely going to become going to disagree with this. Look at her. I mean, look at her face here. She speaks under her breath. She's like, "What the fuck is this?" Basically, obviously she's not.
Women can write a book and have kids,
Look at this.
but the kids are always gonna make her happier. But I think it just means that kids are always gonna be more important, not necessarily make you happier. But also,
She's like, "That's not right," but okay. I think that's what she's saying. Like the way she speaks, she's like, "Ugh, like how dare you?"
piggybacking on Naima,
Okay, so she's like, "Also, okay, I'm gonna just zoom past that. This is what I think. Bye." And then she's okay, off Naima. What are you gonna do?
we don't live in an economy where people typically can have a one-income household, right? Whether it be the mom or dad that stays home.
Okay, there we go. Cool stuff. We don't live in an economy that can have a one-income household. Let's keep that conversation going. Because what do you propose? If you were president, which would probably take you away from your kids, what would you do?
And so I think, and you keep bringing up the 1950s, which,
Because it was right before the fact.
I just don't know if
You keep bringing up the 1950s. I don't know why. I mean, you shouldn't. I mean, you're a black woman. I mean, hello.
that's the period of time that you want to go back to.
Oh, ooh, look at you. Look at you. I'm not sure that's the period of time you want to... Oh, shut up. That's not what she's saying, you silly goose. But you know what? You get it. Look at you. You got a point.
A one-income household, right? Whether it be the mom or dad that stays home. And so I
Hey,
think,
Vika,
and you keep bringing
You
up
like
the
Candace? Yeah, well, she's over here representing real women, apparently.
1950s, which
Because it was right before the fact.
I just don't know if that's the period of time that you want to go back to.
No, it's just I'm just going back to the
Because
first wave of
but
feminism.
you want to
Oh my god, are you really gonna say?
undo progress that's been done. So
Okay, so we get a little quip of just not sure you want to go back to 1950s, but then she goes off and Candace is not, the people in the background laughed at this. Get a fucking life, okay? Look, it's funny, I suppose, yes, because in context, she's a black woman and she can't go back to the 1950s, right? You don't want her to go back. Shut up. This is not the argument. We're trying to be serious here. Okay, she said, with background music and trying to diagram. Take me seriously. I decided you gotta do that. Okay, so we are there. She says also you can't undo progress. Okay.
I'm curious as to what decade you'd be comfortable.
We progressed towards progressivism. How's about that, Creamy? The pixie doesn't work for
Living
everyone.
in, especially as a black woman.
Okay, so we're gonna. That sounds
She
extreme.
did it. She did it. She went especially as a black woman.
Why so many women are around. It was right before the fact.
I just don't know if that's the period of time that you want to go back to.
So she really brought it back. I thought that she was actually, when she said you can't undo that progress, I thought she was moving past her little joke. But no, she brought it back, especially as a black woman.
To?
No, it's just I'm just going back to the
Because
first wave of
but
feminism.
you want to
Going back to the first feminism. Everybody, just so you know, Axel is in the loo. He's having a nice poop. Everybody can smell that shit. Thanks, Axie. Okay, maybe it's Daisy. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake, Shinsia! Can you just press the play button without screwing shit up? I apologize, guys.
the kids are always gonna make her happier, but I think it just means that kids are always gonna have a one-income household.
Right. It was right before the fact.
I just don't know if that's the period of time that you want to go back to.
No, it's just I'm just going back to the first wave of
but
feminism.
you want to undo progress that's been done. So I'm curious as to what decade you'd be comfortable living in, especially as a black woman.
Oh, you fucking moron. Going back to the first rate. So it's not even like you can't undo. You want to undo progress that has already been made. So I'm curious to see fucking the passive aggressiveness. So I'm curious as to which decade you want to go back to. Look at her, I got her. Which decade you would want. So she locked in her joke from earlier. Especially considering you're black. Like she locked it in. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed, Cecilia.
Okay, so we're gonna park aside the race politics because I want to.
Yes, because fuck you.
I want to focus on.
Okay, then as
Yes, this man, this look. I have that for Cecilia, not for not for Cecilia, not for Candace. I don't have that. That's not my feeling for Candace. I'm just like, oh god.
a woman, what period
Okay.
of time do you want to go back to?
Just as a woman, I think that it was probably a better environment
Oh no, I didn't mean that. Fine. Which as a woman, which period do you want to go back to?
for women when we understood that raising our children was fulfilling.
But
when
some
we were
women
at
still
home.
do understand that.
Right, and
A
that's-
lot of women
and
still
I'm one of them.
understand that. And I'm here.
Okay, so I'm here to change your mind. Okay, so I go back to the time where we understood. That we should value taking care of our children. Okay, that's the time that she wants to return to. Okay, whichever time that was. Okay, because it's a stupid argument to say, oh, but in that, because what she would do is, here's the decade that I want to go to. And then Cecilia would be like, wow, that decade's so shit for you. Haha, got you, bitch. Lame. We're tired. Let's continue. Let's have a bit more of a conversation. Okay, so go back to the time where we understood that we should take care. So she says there are women that still understand. That's okay, so damn it, Candace, listen to the woman trying to help you escape the matrix of patriarchy.
You're advocating for you
Okay.
to be able
Oh, I'm advocating for you because I'm all about care. I'm the party who cares.
to live the life that you want and for other women to be able to live the lives they want.
Do you have children?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I know I'm the one without children, but like, why are you arguing against this? It's pretty funny.
You have a career, I presume.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you work at? What?
Oof, now we're gonna start getting into her. Okay, so she's like, I'm here to advocate for you. There are women who understand that. I'm here to advocate for women to have the choice. Okay, I want them to have the choice. Please, nobody force me to have babies. Ditzy US girl kitty normal. Yes. Listen, I can't do it. I can't keep it up for very long. She has an OnlyFans that does nails. Okay, so listen, she is here to help you. Okay, there we go. Does she debate the dude? Which dude? Okay. Chat is my babies. Thank you! You guys will all be there. I'll live stream when I'm on my deathbed. And you'll be like, Thanks for so long, and thanks for all of the shitty accents.
field do you work in?
I do hair.
Okay, wonderful. So I have both children and
She does hair, not nails. You shits. Okay. And so we've got. Do you have a career? Career. Kids. So what does she do? Sorry, let's go back to what she does a little.
okay, you have a career, I presume.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you work in? What field do you work in?
I do hair.
Okay.
What field do you work in? I do hair. My mom did hair. Okay, that's a very good field to work in and have children. Okay, I do hair. It means that your mom's gonna have smokers around her all the time, because hairdressers just have this thing, man. Is it like that in America? Hairdressers just all smoke. It's kind of like chefs all smoke and doctors smoke. Hairdressers smoke in South Africa. I do hair. Her haircut ain't good advertisement for her business. Nah. She's with the styles. She's with the. She does hair and chooses to cut hers off. You know what? It gets in the way. And if they mess around with their hair all the time, hairdressers. Okay.
Wonderful. So I have both children and a career, as somebody pointed out. And so the fact that I'm saying that you will be infinitely more fulfilled at the end of the day by raising your children than you will be if you come home and you say, wow, I really crushed it dyeing somebody's hair today.
Oh, she's shitting on your career. Well, what if she made people feel good about themselves? It's kind of like, but then I think women would get upset if you just go, you're nothing without your children. I wonder what my mother would say. Maybe she would say that. I do hair. I'm saying you're having children is better than thinking I did well dyeing someone's hair today. That very, very funny. She's coming after you, especially because she's speaking to you and she's wearing her blazer and she's very formal. She's kind of saying, "You're poor, you're poor," and then also that even though you've made money with that, no. Yeah, Candace has 4 children. We had that fact checked earlier.
What is it exactly that makes you angry about hearing that? Like, that's what I'm
What makes you angry about hearing that?
actually trying.
Nothing makes
I'm
me
trying to
angry.
get.
What makes you angry? Like, I agree. I agree with Candace, but I'm still not having kids. It's not for me.
Trying to get to
You know
the,
what,
I'm
Kat,
trying
no,
to get
but
to the
that's-
implicit
That's the
revolution
thing is that no one
when
is
someone
angry.
mentions children.
No,
No one's angry. Shut the fuck up. Leftists with this nobody's angry. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Go to any rally or shit like that. People are always angry. I'm not angry right now. Exactly.
see, no one's angry when you mention children. I get angry, I guess, when you mention that someone should have a children or
Should have a children. I should have a children. You have a children. All the women must have a children.
you're trying to impose a lifestyle onto people that you want to live,
Yeah.
which I think is kind of funny because as someone who's anti-feminism, you practice it more than most women do.
Oh my god, she's lost. She's lost where she's going with this. She's like, I just had a diss. She was about to have. She's going on with an argument, right? She's like, I get angry, hearing. Well, I get angry because you're imposing a lifestyle on people who don't want it, right? Cool. And then. Don't tell me to have children. I got her to do. I'm imposing a lifestyle on people I don't want. You don't want it, okay? You don't want it. But then she's also going to just start saying, and you know what? And you know what? That's basically what she's doing. And you know what? Here's an insult for someone. And by the way, for someone who is so anti-feminist, you embody it. Iconic. Sorry. Okay. For someone who is anti-feminist, you embody, or you act very feminist all the time. You are old for half of your life. Better not, guys. What I would like to ask you, Mark, does a husband not count as family? Does having somebody to share your whole entire life with, does that not count? Does my husband not count as something that is meaningful in my life? Am I out here saying I'm all fulfilled by just me, by just my little YouTube channel? That, you know what, if I could live all by myself on my YouTube channel, fuck that guy. Because the only thing that I pursue is myself. 50%. So I only have 50% fulfillment. Okay. I'm gonna make fetch happen. I will make it happen. If I try, it would. Good accent. Yes, I think it's great. Okay, for someone who's anti-feminist, you act very feminist. Wow. Fascinating, Tails. This is fascinating. Okay?
I mean, every time you get on your podcast, every time you collect a check, you're practicing feminism.
Oh my god! And she's gonna stop right now. You got her. You got her.
Okay, that's what you think.
No,
Okay.
that's what it is. Because
Actually-
without feminism,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be able to exist.
Yeah, people keep saying,
Without feminism, you wouldn't be able to exist. Okay, so she just brushes that off with that's what you think. Now, you see how that worked okay? It wasn't as disastrous as Peterson's, well, have it your way. Just the way she said, okay, well, that's... Because she wasn't as agitated as Peterson when she responded. She was just like, I understand. She's irritated with you, but she's not frothy hating you. She just disagrees with you. That's it. Although I would expect her, if we were talking about anything to do with Jewish people, she would get frothy, I think. But at the moment, this is all normal Candace.
Feminism, you practice it more than most women do. I mean, every time you get on your podcast, every time you collect a check, you're
Oh, yeah, look at her.
practicing feminism.
okay, that's what you think.
No, that's what it is. Because
Actually-
without feminism,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be able to exist.
Yeah, people.
It's what it is. Without feminism, you wouldn't be able to exist. Okay. I mean, there is a case. Her father-in-law is a legit English baron. Well, don't they know that the English are supposed to be wildly racist? She's not supposed to be able to marry an Englishman. They're supposed to absolutely, like, you know, the Queen herself is very, very worried about the blackness of princesses and things like that. So barons and all of that, they should check that out. Okay.
People keep saying, I hate when people say that.
But it's just the
it
truth.
just shows that you haven't done the research to even understand where the
Or you don't know
came from,
history.
which
Oh my god, you don't know history.
was discoverable. That's what I'm saying about you, because it means
That's what I'm saying about you. You don't know history. No, you. We are here. We are back at the nah yaha of it. So we've got wouldn't exist. You don't know history. Basically, questions. What Cecilia's grasp of history? Okay.
that you don't understand that a bunch of government officials in the CIA funded the feminist movement. So
Oh, Oh, some of her loopy is coming out. Some of her loopy is coming out. So, the CIA funded organizations associated with the feminist movement, including the independent research service founded by Gloria Steinem. So, the feminism is a psyop. Okay? True. Fact check. CIA funded organizations associated with the feminist movement. So they were allowed. The thing is, you were allowed, including independent research, research service. Okay, so it's a psyop, but it was allowed. That's the thing, it was allowed. Okay. Okay, so the thing is, the only reason it happened is it was allowed to happen, okay? They decided that they needed more taxes, so the woman had to be free. Why do I even need to go down here to get that? Let's just put this green. Okay, there you go. And 100%, you moron. Okay, there we go. History, oopsie. The CIA funded feminism. The CIA did feminism. Okay, it was allowed.
For all of your hatred for the patriarchy.
I'm so confused.
And
So my question
For all your hatred of the patriarchy, the patriarchy allowed it.
is it bad that they funded it or bad that
Is it bad that they funded it?
it just happened?
Men wanted women to go into the workforce. The government, which had a
The government.
lot of men,
Look, the fact that she gets frothy about the government is what I mean by loopy Candace. It's the conspiracy things. Yep, I'm honestly, Delta, I'm waiting for her to call it the Jewish this and that. I was wondering, I'm like, how are we going to get feminism all the way down to the Israel debate? How are we going to do this? Show me. And it seems like she's on her way there. So this is Loopy Candace. Welcome.
it was being
Are
run
you
by
talking about
men.
because World War II occurred and we had to
No,
go
I'm
to
talking-
factories, and then when we left the factories, they forced us back into the homes?
That's not what I'm.
So she's just saying like the CIA funded feminism, the government, men in the government. Obviously, because there were only men in the government, wanted women in the workforce. That's what it means. Okay.
saying at all. So let me tell you what I'm saying, and then you can respond to it.
Ooh, she's like, get the fuck off me. Let me say what I'm gonna say, and then you can respond, you little bitch. She's a real mom. Actually, she's being a bit of an auntie, a strict auntie there.
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it. You're suitably chastised.
Gloria Steinem is considered to be a feminist icon, right? Because she led these protests. She also had a bunch of music festivals. She got students involved. It is just a fact that Gloria Steinem was funded by the CIA.
Okay. Cool. Daisy has poop zoomies, guys. In which case, I think all the theys, yes, the theys, they are real. I'm going to get a snack, okay? And you guys will be able to hear about Daisy. Jeez, it takes a while. There you go.
Kitty needs to go pee or maybe poopy. She might get some coffee or maybe even some tea, but she'll be right back with you shortly. Kitty needs to to go pee or maybe poopy. She might get some coffee or maybe even some tea, but she'll be right back with you shortly. Kitten needs
Yes, that's Creamage's creation. Who is the most impressive woman alive today? And don't say your mom. And don't say your grandma. Because it's your mom. Okay. We have Mango. Let's go.
Okay. The CIA, being the male-dominated CIA of the 50s and the 60s, funded those movements. So what do you think was the explicit aim? Do you think it was because the government really wanted you to be more free?
Yes, the government cares about me, Candace. What's wrong with you? We're going to have the Gloria. Stanham was funded by the CIA. Let's put that there. The most impressive woman is Bonnie Blue. Interesting. Wait, do you know firsthand?
That they wanted to encourage women to enter
Well, I
the
have to be honest with
workforce.
you, I couldn't speak on behalf of the government.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And what their intention
Well, I think it's important
was
because you
with
just said that I don't know history, and I think it's pretty important if you're going to sit across from me and say I don't know history, that you
Yeah,
learn a
but-
piece of history and then question as
You keep bringing up men, and I think it's funny because
You keep bringing up men, yes? Now she's going to just use another insult. You keep bringing up men. Is there going to be some little twist that she brings to get like a little gotcha?
we should talk about men more. Like you brought up suicide, they're 4 times more likely to kill themselves.
which is why I don't
And while
believe-
women, we're twice as more often on antidepressants, but that's because we go out and do what we need to do to keep coping.
because we're not happy.
And we need to
Okay.
focus on men and the patriarchy because it's actually oppressed them just as
Mhm. You guys brought this up yesterday. That there are feminists. There are feminists that believe that even the patriarchy oppresses them, oppresses men. He oppresses men. Men too. Okay? So we need to speak about men. Cool stuff.
much as women now emotionally, right? Because when we're kids, our parents teach us how to cross
We know all of this.
street. Look both ways so you can get the other side unharmed. When a boy comes across a feeling, and I'm using men and boys here because they're the ones suffering.
Aww. You hear that, Delta? More successful at it. Kidding? Okay. Repeal the 19. Cool. Does that mean women also don't have to go to jury duty? That's pretty cool. Okay. So, we're now talking about men being oppressed. We're just getting the usual explanation of why men are also oppressed. Okay, I'm bored.
Women are too, but emotionally. When they come across a feeling they haven't felt before, we have to teach them how to get to the other side and cope with it. Otherwise, they stay where they are. That anger and resentment builds. That's the feeling they become most comfortable with. That's the feeling they go to first in most situations. So we need to stop telling our boys that they
Yeah.
don't cry because they
She's been voted out. They're like, no, we know this. We know this. Get out. We need to stop telling our boys not to cry.
They just do it alone, and then they become even more alone.
Girl, they said stop. Okay, I'm glad that one was over. Because we started just getting into the weeds there. Just like, let's use this platform to say, boys can cry. Except when they do, then the woman will reject them. Okay. Look at Xena trying to go up again.
All right. Jasmine, nice to meet you.
Good night, granola. Granola's always making me hungry, man. I love granola. So, good night, granola. The real problem is Western men choose to be oppressed. Maybe they're comfortable.
Okay, so you say that women are more fulfilled.
MSK is not oppressed. Hey, MSK, you're not oppressed at all.
At home with kids than going out into the
By women, right? Only when you let them tie you up and stuff.
workforce or getting educated, but that's
Sorry,
just
I'm not paying attention to this lady.
all right.
Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. What are you gonna say? What's your argument? Oh, she's the one that clipped, guys. She's the one that's clipped in the beginning. Whoops. Yeah, Cecilia, quiet down. So we've got Jasmine. Jasmine. Oh, she's got the word men in her name. Oh, music.
Jasmine, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Oh my god, I love you.
Okay, so you say that women are more fulfilled at home with kids than going out into the workforce or getting educated, but that just really
I love your lips, girl. Where'd you get that?
doesn't bear out when you look at the stats, when you look at how working mothers are way less
Like, a girl is can't speak because her lip is so fat. Sorry. Let's go back. Sorry, I'm over it. Okay, I'm over it. Just let her speak. Listen to her ideas. Leave her physical appearance alone.
All right. Jasmine, nice to meet you. Okay, so you say that women are more fulfilled at home with kids than going out into the workforce or getting educated, but that just really doesn't bear out when you look at the stats, when you look at how working mothers are way less likely to be in poverty. Maternal education is the #1 predictor of childhood outcomes.
Okay, so working moms. You're saying women are okay. So her approach here is women. We're supposed to be what do you call it? We're supposed to be at home only. She's advocating for women having both children and a career. They're actually happy with both of them. Okay. Lip fillers going out of fashion. Well, it cannot go out of fashion fast enough. My lord, it's too much. Okay. So what's it? Okay, you basically stats, quoting stats, as women are here with both education and children, because if they're employed parents are associated with better outcomes. Okay, so let's see what the fact check is, because it's basically just stating her fact in a way. Maternal education does improve a child's cognitive development and can help with language and motor skills too. Okay. Sorry, I'm not employed. Educated parents. Educated mothers. Okay. Wow, maternal education does improve. Child's cognitive development and language. motor skills. Cool. Fine. But I don't think that's the claim. We're talking about happiness. But okay, people stop. When it comes to a debate, people think that if they can quote any statistic, they're coming with facts. And the facts will then just... You have to have the right facts to back up what you're saying here. Like, okay, well, we need to educate the moms. Okay, cool. She's okay with... I'm sure that she's okay with educating the women, as in Candace, because... yeah, they can find their husbands when they go to colleges and things like that. But then she's against the debt, okay, of course, of college. Okay, what are we at? Still wood with fish lips.
Better scores, getting higher incomes in the future, fewer behavioral problems, better mental health. So it's weird to me and college-educated women are least likely to get divorced, and they're the
College-educated are least likely to get divorced. Okay, so she's going to say that. She's like, oh, I just remembered. College women are least likely to get divorced. Okay, cool. We're still fact-checking the mommy thing, but okay.
only women, the top 10% of women are the only women whose marriage rates are going up. So they're getting married, they're staying married, and their kids are doing better. When you look at stay-at-home mothers, you see that they're more likely to report being depressed. They're more likely...
Okay, so she's saying staying home stay-at-home moms are more likely to be depressed. Okay.
likely to report having anxiety and anger and all these types of things. So how can you say that? Seems like a woman, if you want to get married and have kids...
And you know what's weird? The fact-checking system just didn't care for her at this point, because they didn't fact-check it and give her an alternative or anything like that. They just zipped past that because there's too many. I suppose we already used our quota of fact-checking on this argument when educated moms equals better children. Okay. Stay-at-home mothers are likely to be depressed.
You should go to college.
Depressed and anxious. Okay.
You say that. Seems like a woman, if you want to get married and have kids, you should go to college and have a career. So
it seems that from all of this, she's trying to say it seems that if you want to have kids, you should go to college. And get educated. But do you then have a job, though? That's another thing. Do you have a job? Therefore, going to college will result. And therefore, if you want to have kids, you should go to college. And yeah, you should go to... Did she say have a job? Just sorry, maybe I'm being stupid.
Depressed, they're more likely to report having anxiety and anger and all these types of things. So how can you say that? Seems like a woman, if you want to get married and have kids, you should go to college and have a career. So
go to college and have a career. Going to college and having a career are not the same thing, just by the way. Okay, let's go.
It sounds to me like we are looking at totally different statistics, because everything that you said, I've actually read the exact opposite.
I'm glad we're on a fact check show with you.
Right,
Oh my god, calm yourself. Relax. Oh my god! We're on a fact check with you! Okay, fine. So, you don't look good. This isn't a good look for you. Jasmine. Okay. Cool. Enjoy yourself. Okay, so her response is, those statistics, I've read the opposite. Okay. Refutes the statistics. I have read the opposite. She's really... Girls lost it. So women having a college degree will make their kids smarter. Yes, apparently. And have better motor skills.
You say that. Seems like a woman, if you want to get married and have kids, you should go to college and have a career.
So it sounds to me like we are looking at totally different statistics because everything that you said, I've actually read the exact opposite.
I'm glad we're on a fact check show with you.
Right,
Nobody, sorry, when you brought your statistics up, the fact checking, the only fact check she got was this: maternal education does improve a child's cognitive development and language motor skills. That's it. Language and motor skills. That's what she got. When she put this here, this college women are least likely to get divorced. Stay-at-home mothers are more likely to be depressed and anxious. No fact checking happened, but maybe it's because obviously it's post, so they maybe put the facts against each other now.
Exactly.
Oh, it's so exciting.
That's gonna be amazing. Okay, because I know, like,
Are we done? Oh god, so insufferable. Oh my goodness.
I said, I think what we're talking about is that there was this widespread report on female happiness, and I
Yeah, she got big cities. There you go.
know that it was formally debunked, and it was.
That's not what I
Oh my god, this.
said. I've actually read the exact opposite.
I'm glad we're on a fact check show with you.
Right, exactly.
Oh, it's so
Sorry, I'm
exciting.
sorry.
That's going to be amazing. Okay,
Okay.
because I know, like I said, I think what we're talking about is that there was this widespread report on female happiness, and I know that it was formally debunked, and it was.
That's not what I'm talking about.
That's not what I'm talking
Pew
about.
Research,
Right.
University of
Okay.
California. In fact, working mothers today spend more time with their children than women did in the 1960s that were at home.
Okay,
Okay, women spend more time with their children. So she's like, Pew Research, so she does her citations, fact checking. She's so excited about the fact checking show. No fact checking happening next to her. Are they keeping it behind the wings and then they're just gonna pew, look, hey? Is that what's happening? Okay, but anyway, therefore you get to marriage. Cool, we have that. Refutes the statistics. Gets excited about fact checking. Fact checking. I'll at least note that. Okay. Although it's a huge eye roll from me. Then it's like, cool, that study, the study, you know, was, I don't even need to talk about that, but she goes, well, study you're thinking of was debunked. Cites more studies, cites studies, other studies, cites Pew Research. Okay, and then we've got the, what else? The need for validation from the crowd is real for this girl. Oh, she enjoys it, and the crowd is only willing to give it to her. Yeah, slay queen, slay! Okay, debunked, and then she's like, oh, women, nowadays spend more time with their, do they really? They're in the same room with their children, that their child that's on an iPad. But okay, the women nowadays spend more time with their children than they did in the 1950s. Okay, interesting. And she's just yelling this stuff at her. No wonder she's the one that got clipped for the intro. And Candace looks not loopy. Candace looks not frothy.
well, women that I can tell you, women that are at home are obviously spending more time with their children than the people who are at work.
And their
today.
children are not faring off any better.
So she's like, oh, women do nowadays spend time with, so she's like, fine, cool. Women who are at home are spend more time with their children. So I want them to spend more time. I want them to continue spending more time. This, I guess, this would be counter to what her stats are saying. Because women that were at home in the 1950s, they didn't spend time with their children. But then she's just going, women who are at home spend more time with their children. Okay?
And they're faring off worse.
How are you measuring their children faring off worse?
How likely they are to hire.
Okay, so she's like, spend more time with their children, and their children are better off fare worse? Before, I think, is what? They fare worse. They just say worse. And then we've got the... How do you measure that? Okay, and then we've got how, what?
Incomes, better scores.
Better scores, okay. So hold up. So who gets better scores?
Working mothers today spend more time with their children than women did in the 1960s that were at home.
Okay, well, women that I can tell you, women that are at home are obviously spending more time with their children than the people who are at work.
And their
today.
children are not faring off any better.
Okay, so it seems like she's saying stay-at-home moms fare worse, and I'm gonna put this here, when the mom stays home. Okay? Yay! Gay Rex victim. I regret to inform you all that Google is forcing me to be gay for 14 more days, so don't ask me about tools or sports, or talk to me about hot girls or any such straight debauchery. But you could be a, what's the name? A bear. Bears can tell you about sports and things. Come on. Know your homosexuality. Okay. Your fake homosexuality. Their children fare worse when the mom stays home. That's what I'm hearing from her. How do you measure that? Okay, because this was like, oh really? How do they fare worse? Then...
And they're faring off worse.
How are you measuring their children faring off worse?
How likely they are to higher incomes.
How likely they are to higher incomes. So, high income likeliness. Higher scores likeliness. Or are you talking credit scores? Let's hear.
Better scores, fewer health problems, fewer
health problems, okay. Okay. What? No, that would be number of health problems. Because we can't stay consistent with the tense and format of the question. We're just going to start talking about they have more. That doesn't work, but okay, cool.
behavioral issues and better mental.
So the
Okay, behavioral issues. Okay, cool.
just to get back to the claim that I'm making here is that it is obvious that women who have children are going to be more fulfilled.
How is
right?
that obvious? Because you said
Ooh, she got her. So let's go back to my claim, and my claim is that it's obvious that women who have children will be more fulfilled. Okay. Okay, so we've got that. Let's go back to my claim. Okay, let's go all the way back here. That's basically what Candace is doing. She goes, go back to return to my claim. So is that a dodge, what she's done over here? I don't really know, because she's saying this is how she measures it. But again, we're talking about how the kids fare. Maybe that's going a bit off track. So she has plausible deniability for choosing to bring the conversation back to her claim here. Return to my claim. It is obvious that women have children. Okay, cool. And she just goes, why is it obvious? And then she puts a little, because you said so? Little bitch. She's just being a little bitch. Which, I mean, Candace is not above being a bitch. Bitch! Sorry, if you weren't here yesterday, you don't understand. Go figure it out. Okay. Why is obvious? Because you said so. And then? I like that Candace laughs with them. See, now, let's think about Jordan Peterson, right? He would be like looking at them like that, okay, right in the face, and don't be a smart ass, whatever. And she's just like, that's pretty funny, because I said so. Yes, that's pretty funny. It's a good way to go. Like, we're all having fun. If she laughs too, the power is gone from this supposed diss. Look
Because you
here.
said
She laughed. She was the first one to laugh. And all of us are laughing. Look at the little giggly girls. Very good.
No, it's not obvious because I said so. It's because when you look at all the statistics in terms of women who are choosing not to have families, they are, as the person who just sat here before you mentioned, they are suffering from more depression. They're suffering from more anxiety. And
That's not
No! Is she someone who screams at her in her TikToks? I mean, she could do it. She should consider it. Okay, so, why is it obvious? Because you said so. Cool. And she's like, not because I said so, because of the statistics. Okay. Okay, all the measures of happiness, it works. It's factually correct. She just goes, yaha, and she goes, nah.
true. Okay, it is true. It is.
Okay, it is true. That's not true. So, yaha, nah, not true. And then we've got fact check. It is true. Is true. So yeah, let's see the fact check. Does it go along with what she's saying? Recent data on this topic is scarce. So it's like, oh fuck. We can't support Candace Owens. Recent data on this topic is scarce, but CDC data shows that from 2015 to 2018, women were more than twice as likely to take antidepressants than men. They're reusing this. And antidepressant use was more common among those with degrees. What? This is freaking bullshit. Did I move the... That's not... She's talking... Fuck you, Jubilee. What the hell? No, it's not Jubilee. Sorry. You're okay, Jubilee, but San. Come on, San. What is this? Is this the best you could do? Why are we... And look at those eyelashes. Come on, man. Okay, anyway. Look, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. So, not true is true. And we've got the fact check. Irrelevant fact check. Is it because she's going to start bringing up college? She's going to start bringing up college? Because it's true. Basically, her assertion is that women are happier when they have children. But then your fact check is recent data is scarce. But she has some other data that we already referred to earlier. 2015 to 2018. In 2018, women more likely to take antidepressants than men, and antidepressant use was more common among those with degrees. It would probably be that those with degrees are also able to get those medications. And again, what I would want to then ask of your fact check, of your study, of your whatever, is okay, the men that take antidepressants as well, where are what is their life situation? I would like to know if they have children. We have to know whether the woman has children or not. This is the whole thing is about having children. And your fact check is about college degrees. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of this. Okay, not true. It's just not true. Okay, cool. You said, because you said so, yes. Is true. Then what?
Actually true that women who are choosing their careers over starting families are finding themselves leaning more onto medicines like Xanax.
So she's now the fact check has done this, that college degrees, they've equated college degrees. Good night, y'all. Good night, Zaxi. They've equated college degrees to choosing a career. But you as we have spoken with the previous people, there are women that are getting the college degree and having the children. So this is invalid. Okay? Is true women who are choosing career, children, antidepressants more. Okay, so she's making that claim. Cool.
Anxiety-inducing medicines and depression, because they suspended that time frame where women really should be looking to find a partner and to start a family, because they were instead pursuing their careers.
And why are they better off?
It is a
Why are they better off? Because they're not sad. They're better off if they're not sad.
dishonest. It's totally a dishonest narrative that men and women want the same things out of life. We don't. We absolutely do not want the same things out of life. In fact, we don't even measure.
Oh, White Knight's over there saying what? It's a lie, or it's not true that men and women want the same thing. I don't really know. Okay, people in the chat, that we've got some males that are very pro, hey, you must have children. They're very upset with me for not wanting children, right? That's kind of like, that's interesting. Do you want children? Isn't this part as well of a man wanting children? Children make you immortal. No amount of money is valuable. So it seems like with this claim, she's like, no, men don't want children. Women want children. Men have children. Look, we're assuming things. We're assuming further based on this one statement she makes. Yeah. So you would love to have kids. Cool. But the thing she's talking about is that men and women want different things, and it seems like people both sides, male and female, do want children and a career. So this is the argument the feminist makes. The normal, reasonable feminist is that a woman is just a person and wants things and should have the choice to get the things that they want.
We don't even measure success the same.
We don't measure success the same. Okay. They don't want the same thing out of life. We don't measure success the same. So apparently you having children as a man, you're not going to find that successful. You're not going to find that good or wholesome. We measure success differently. I think that's quite difficult then. How do we even manage ourselves? What's your vision, honey? Well, this is what I think is success. What's your vision? Well, this is what I think success is. Oh, well, we don't know what that is. Well, they're not the same thing. Okay.
Women don't even measure success the same.
So,
okay?
Tell me how the women who are working and getting educated, why are they faring off better in all of these?
I am telling you.
Why are they faring off better? No, you're talking about their children faring better. Those are the statistics you're talking about. Okay, those are the statistics you're talking about. Why are those women faring better? No, their children are faring better. You brought those statistics up. Bring up the statistics where they're happier.
That I do not believe they are faring off better in all of these measures.
Because of what?
I am telling you that we are looking at totally opposite statistics. Like, so you're sitting here telling.
Yeah, that is a fun thing with online debates. My records show this, or my records show that. Okay.
Telling me that the statistics show that women who are working are producing better children, but I am saying that women that grow up in a
yeah, that is. Women who are working are producing better children. That has nothing to do with women being fulfilled. Even if women are producing better children after being educated, whatever, are they more fulfilled? That's not the same. It's not equivalent.
two-family home where the mother stays at home are faring off better than the children who are being raised in an environment
where the women are working,
where both of the parents are
why don't
working
you
away
stay
from the home.
Why don't you stay at home? She does.
Do get to work from home.
No, but
that's the irony.
I mean,
That's
I've
why
watched your show. You talk about all the nannies you hire, and it's so hard to find a good nanny.
I talked about all of the nannies I hire.
Yeah, you have.
I spoke about how difficult it was to find a babysitter who knew how to cook a meal, and that's because
you don't need a babysitter. You're already. You could retire right now.
To let people.
This is the main thing. Okay, so just criticizes. Basically, it just goes into criticism. criticizes Candace for not staying home, having nannies, and goes and tells her to retire. Great thing. You got your what are you Jasmine? Cool. Well done. She got her.
Respond to you when they're speaking.
You don't want to.
To respond to you when
No,
I
you
speak.
don't want to. You want to be working, which is great.
You're telling me what I want now and then accusing me of telling you.
Wait,
what
you don't want to work?
Can you just let me finish? Because you've said so many words that what you're trying to do here, like your argument style, is I'm going to say so much and not let her get a word in and then walk away and feel like I've won.
What's your word?
Nicely good. Nice. That's it. Her keeping her shit together. Look, the thing that sucks is that everybody on the in the audience is like, yeah, girl, woohoo! But Candace's deadpan. Listen, your whole Candace calls out the tactic. Calls out her tactic of saying so much. Of saying a lot and then not listening, walking away, feeling like she's what. Yeah, I'm with Candace on criticizing that, and she's a winner because she is the one that kept her cool the most. But I would not be the winner. I would be like, shut up. This is what I would be. Okay, this is how this would go.
Shut up, bitch!
That's how I'd do it, and that is why I'm not on Jubilee. Also, yeah, just many other reasons, but that's one of them.
We're not having a conversation because you've not letting me respond to
Go
even
for it.
one of your points.
Go for it.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, you chastised little cow.
What I am saying to you, first to answer what you just said, which was a lie, what I spoke to you about on the weekends is that it's been increasingly difficult to find a 25-year-old who even knows how to make boxed macaroni and cheese, right? And that's crazy. That is in large part due to feminism. Women don't.
So she's like, women don't know how to cook. So she addresses this topic where it's like you were talking about all your nannies. All of your nannies, huh? Apparently no. And found it difficult. It's difficult to find a babysitter who can cook boxed macaroni. And that was equivalent to having many nannies. We just assume rich person equals many nannies, right? And you know what? Even if you're a stay-at-home mom, there are stay-at-home moms that have nannies, okay? There are those people, if they can, they get the help in, okay? Doesn't matter whether they stay at home or not. There's stay-at-home moms that if they can afford it, they would have a nanny, okay? It's not even about just, you must. It's a fucking hard job.
Even focus. Women don't even focus. Like there's this idea that.
What are they laughing at? It's like being in a school hall with all. But this reminds me of high school when I was with just all girls.
Right? And that's crazy. That is in large part due to feminism. Women don't even focus. Women don't.
Yes, women don't even focus. We don't even try and cook. Why are they laughing? That's in a large part due to feminism. Yeah. A large part due to... what else is it? Oh, well, women don't have to cook. Yes. It's no longer they're giggling to show that look, Candace, we don't agree with you.
Focus. Like there's this idea.
And look, she's so proud of herself. Look at her there. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be famous. Look at me. Woo. Okay.
Idea that women shouldn't be.
Female aggression isn't violent, it's demeaning. Well, look at them doing it. They're laughing at you. There's so much giggling. Initially, some of the giggling that happens was endearing to me. now this is just insufferable.
cooking, like there's something fundamental.
Okay, now the thing is, Candace isn't laughing. Now she's starting to get a little bit unhinged. No, don't. She's trying to have the conversation. Like this is the point where you go, are you done, honey? Like you use your female bitchiness. Okay, you go, are you done, honey? Are you done? You guys done with your little laugh? Okay, can the big girls? Can we be big girls now? Can we be big girls now and have a discussion? Are we ready? Right? Okay, you done with your fucking laugh? Okay, do it. You know, do that. Okay. Right. I'm a real boy. I'm about to message you. Hey, you suck so much. Shut up. Okay, large part due to feminism, but yes, she is starting to get a little bit. Remember, she had the most power because she was chilled. Okay, now she's trying to get through to her, but she's too busy laughing. Yes, that face. She's like, look at all the girls are laughing at me. I'm the mean girl. This is it. Kitty, play this. What is it? Let's see what it is. Bad dildo.
Bitches born in the 90s that's under 25 can't cook, can't clean. They don't.
Okay, fine. The bitches under. Is this for real? I don't think he didn't say bitches. Okay, let's eat hot chip and lie. Okay. Hold up. Okay, remove. Add to stage. Remove then. Add to stage.
How to cook.
No. StreamYard is not keeping up with me. Okay. Let's turn off. Sorry, I'm gonna have to, it will echo, I think. Let's see. It's probably gonna echo. Just remind me to put the background music back on. Just hold on. No, actually it'll be this. There we go, that one. Okay, play.
Don't want to work nothing. Niggas that's 31 and over get in relationships with them and wonder why shit ain't working. That's because all young bitches want to do is pop pills, smoke weed, get drunk, lay around, suck dick, eat hot Cheetos, charge their phone, get a sew and weave, twerk, be bisexual, eat McDonald's, wash they pussy in the sink,
Jesus!
lie, take selfies, and talk shit through Wi-Fi because they phone never on.
Because you know what, I love AI has given us such great laughs. Honestly, it really has. Well, I'm glad that
Much time with your.
Okay, we back. We had a little palate cleanser. Guys, please don't wash your privates in the sink. I'm here and I have a white monster down to one last breath. A white monster. Oh, didn't you not sleep well? So you're just trying to keep alive. You're 6 feet from the edge. Okay. Anyway, we're back. You call you a white. I'm the white monster. Anyway, come. Is everyone done with their laugh? You all done with your laugh? Stop it. Let's be big girls.
What I spoke to about on the weekends is that it's been increasingly difficult to find a 25-year-old who even knows how to make boxed macaroni and cheese, right? And that's
No, I can't hear this without hearing Tucker Carlson saying what's wrong with women
crazy. That is in large part
in a hood voice.
due to feminism. Women don't even focus. Women don't even focus. Like there's this.
Sorry, what is this? What is this? This chick over here. She's like, girl, what? I know how to cook. Ugh.
There's this idea that women shouldn't be cooking. Like there's something
It's not that funny.
fundamentally wrong with women even learning how to cook.
Are you
know what I mean?
spending as much time with your children as you possibly can? Because that's the way to get the most fulfillment.
Okay. So finally we've got this large part due to feminism, much laughter. I'll note the much laughter. But anyway, let's see. This is a good question. Basically, all she's doing is just doing a bitch argument. That's how girls do it, I suppose. She goes, oh, well, fine. Why aren't you spending basically the maximum time with your kids, if it's the most fulfilling? And she like throws her hands at her, like, what? It's like she is brilliant. She is ready for a reality TV show with that kind of argumentation. Me and her, let's go. Your kid is, if it's the most fulfilling thing. Okay? That is a valid question, but she's probably going to say, I don't have to spend all of my time with my children for them to be more fulfilling.
No, and that's what I'm trying to say. I am speaking to you
Well,
as
then stop.
cook.
Are you
know what I
spending
mean?
as much time with your children as you possibly can? Because that's the way to get the most fulfillment.
No, and that's what I'm trying to say. I am speaking to you
Well,
as
then stop.
Okay, could you please let somebody get in
I
a
did.
word edgewise?
No, I like. Okay, now she's doing it. She's like, okay, could you? Is it fulfilling thing? No, I'm not. So then stop. Then stop. Huge laugh. That's it.
You finished.
You're not.
This will have to go into this the slop bank for later this week, for Friday. So let's see. I'll get that copy, because after that one, I can't watch all of them. 2 minutes. Yeah, this is good. This is good for Friday. I've got a playlist for this stuff, so I'll save it. It's a Bill Burr comedy sketch react. So there we go. I've got it for you. Right. There we go. You need to argue with 20 people about something. What would I argue with 20 people about? Because a lot of the time I'm just like, that's what you think, and this is what I think. Especially on the internet. She yelled at a black woman, how racist. I'm sure she's black adjacent. She's fine. Okay, so she then stop. There she recovers from her trying to be serious. You know, when she was like trying to get her word in. Now the fact that she smiles and says, "Okay, can you stop?" Like, that's much better. That's a good way of dealing with it.
You actually have not let anybody finish. And like I said, it's no one benefits when you're just speaking over me and not allowing me to respond. All you're proving is that you have an attitude and you believe in feminism.
No?
But you're not. See, that's what I'm saying. You just have an attitude, and it's not
Trying
cute.
to.
It's not cute. It isn't cute. You have an attitude and it's not cute. Nasty duck. Then stop. You're just proving. It's not cute. I'm with her on that.
It's
I'd
performative.
love
I'm
to
actually
address my point. I will be.
No, you're not addressing the point, you little fucking bitch. Sorry, I'm
Quiet if you address my point.
Does anybody actually feel here that I am being allowed to address any of her points when she just keeps running over me?
Oh, fuck off, you bitches. All of you fucking bitches. Does anyone here think that? Yes. No! She's just being a cheeky little shit. That's what she's doing.
Like, I'm literally
Then why are you voting her off? Why are all the flags up, loves?
trying to answer your first point of you saying that I don't stay
Now we're wasting time talking about how we don't have
at home.
Yeah,
Fair point.
What's this?
Home.
Yeah.
Allowed to address any of her points when she just
Yes,
keeps running
yes.
over me. Like, I'm literally
But look, all the bitches care. All the bitches agree with me. Wow.
trying to answer your first point of you saying that I don't
Why would you poll us?
stay at home.
Fair point.
Yeah,
Fair point.
Weird.
Fair point. Obviously, I get that you're all anti-Candace and pro-feminist, but also
Yeah, okay, cool, we good. You good. You guys are very cute with your
So it's not productive if you're not actually.
Okay, address the point. You spend more time saying that I'm not addressing, that you don't have a chance to talk. I mean, the whole time you could have addressed
Yeah, because as soon as she starts fucking talking, this bitch.
the point.
Okay.
You could have talked.
I
go for it.
just want you to know that you're not coming across as somebody who wants to actually have a conversation. So to get back
No, don't put your hands there. Let her say it.
to the claim, because I don't even know where you're at. You're now talking. You're saying that I said stuff in my
I'll
podcast.
go wherever you want to
that
go.
I never said.
I'll go wherever.
I can't. She is such a reality show woman. Please put her on. Does she do any work? She's not a hairdresser, right? That was the other chick. Does she do any yachting work?
Do you want to start
Because I want her to be on Below Deck.
with me working at home? Because I work at home. You just said something about me working
You
at home.
travel all around the world.
Okay,
You do speeches, and I love that. I love how ambitious you are. That's
I love that. Yeah, yes,
a
queen.
really great trait. And if you were truly said that, you would be more fulfilled. Now, one thing you do find is women, they don't want to stay at home when you pull them. They just want flexible working hours and flexible working conditions like you have.
Okay, so this is the major point that she got to be in the intro for, right? When you poll women, they just want. I don't care how right she is with this. She's a bitch, and I don't like that. Not in this context. Be a bitch when you're on your own on your stream and you're reacting to things. Be a bitch there. But in front of people. Okay, so she's like, when you poll women, they just want flexible working conditions like yours. That's the underlying point that she does make there, but then she obviously does her little everyone would love for you to just quit, retire, remove yourself from the public eye. Jesus. This was not fun. But you know, this is the slop. This is what we're doing, right? Okay. Who wouldn't? Exactly. Who wouldn't? Then stop. She saw that this then stop over here got her some laughs. Okay. And so she goes, you know what? Get out of the public eye. And
I think we should all advocate for that. It's not one or the other. But when you sit here and you go, you'll be more fulfilled doing this and spend all your time doing that, we would love for you to leave the public eye and go focus
We would love for you to leave. Get the fuck out, bitch.
on what makes you fulfilled.
Okay.
Okay. That's great. The fact that she can laugh at it, but it's like that. Okay, laugh at them. Yeah, I think laugh and shake your head is a good response. Nicely done, Candace. Yeah. Right. That's claim 2. I don't think we did much with it. John, Naima, Cecilia, Jasmine. Cool. We've got another. Let's close this off over here. Career woman. It's basically give women the choice. The most powerful thing is you're being prescriptive with this claim. That woman seems 89% enriched at least. Okay, so that was her, and she thinks she did a really great job, I suppose. This next claim is freaking unhinged. Let's get to it just to hear a bit of the. We've got a half an hour left, so why not get ourselves towards that? That's a nice way of saying fade into obscurity, bitch. Okay, remove from stage, remove from studio. Let's get our next video up. Did I get claim 3? Did I change claim 3's? Audio? Yeah, I think I did.
We live under a matriarchy.
This is a silly claim. I think what she might mean is that we, like you guys said, it's gynocentric now. But let's see what she does with this.
Not a patriarchy.
Hi, hello.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Princella, the Queen Maker.
Oh, look at you. Don't be a bitch. I like you.
So, you say...
Princella. I'm glad Priscilla didn't say my pronouns are they, them. No. She just, listen, my name's Priscilla and I'm the queen maker. So maybe she's a rapping personality or something. So she's the queen maker. Make me a queen. The queen maker. I'm gonna give her a full name.
We live in a matriarchy.
Right.
Can you give me the definition of patriarchy?
Yes, well, the patriarchy is
Okay, define patriarchy. Okay. Good place to start. My goodness, this is making me, this is hilarious. It's actually the amount of women I've been exposed to in this video is making me feel really shitty about how women argue. Xena is the only bright light that is here.
the idea that the system, our system in America, is being run by men, and that women are having to exist under a system that immediately disadvantages them because men are behind it. And
Okay, so she doesn't go exactly for a whole definition, just the idea that in America women are under, so she just made the system. She uses this word system instead of patriarchy. She almost said patriarchy. System where they, but this is the main definition you would find, the thing that you would underline there. They're did she say disadvantaged? Sorry.
are having to exist under a system that immediately disadvantages them.
Disadvantages. Where they're disadvantaged because men are in control, essentially. Okay.
Because men are behind it. And I disagree with that pointedly. I think actually we're living in a society where people are being very much influenced socially and politically by women.
Okay, so this is basically the way she defines what's it, matriarchy. Matriarchy is just being influenced. To her, matriarchy is just being influenced by women. We live in a society highly influenced. So obviously the phrasing is just, again, the phrasing is just inflammatory, and that's just the way it is. Okay.
Okay, so
This format isn't about intelligent discourse. Heck, formal debates aren't either. Formal debates themselves, yeah, it does not necessarily a good place for intelligent discourse or anything like that. Debates themselves, I don't know, that they're not about, I like having discussions, so I don't need people to be convinced one way or the other, but we do need to disagree with each other in a format, so I'm okay with that. This one thing, if you've members can go and have a look at when I spoke to Cade about his experience in Surrounded. This format, yeah, it's not for extended conversations. It's not like 3-hour discussions and disagreements and things like that. Definitely doesn't happen that way. But this format does just at least give you a little introduction to the kind of arguments you'll interact with when it comes to an issue. So it's not completely valueless. But it's entertainment at the end of the day. So that's why they make their claims like this wide-reaching, far-reaching, and silly. Because they're not going to be held to the same standard as a formal debate to bring evidence. They're just going to have to talk about it and make it make sense from a certain point of view.
the denotative definition of patriarchy is father rule, and where positions of government are held majorly by men.
Okay, so she's like, cool, I don't see, this is where I'm like with debates and stuff, we'll have different definitions. Cool, then let's just have a conversation, because you have a different definition to me. When I say words, I mean something different to when you say words. What do we do with this? Someone's got to change language to have the conversation according to someone else's frame of reference because we have different frames of reference. So otherwise we won't have a constructive conversation. We're just going to be throwing each other's definitions back at each other, like, well, this is what I mean, well, this is what I mean. So she's like, okay, cool, her definition is father rule in society, it would be majority. The majority couldn't figure it out. Predominantly. Denotative, yeah. It would be majority of government roles held by men. Okay, that's what she's saying. So yeah, this is what she's talking about. Okay. My phone's dead. Yeah. We're gonna have to swap to the webcam for a sec. Let's see how it goes. And let me see how I'm gonna have to change. My phone died. We streamed too long. We streamed too close to the sun. There we go. Webcam. Is it back? We're back to webcam, boys. There we go. I think we're there. Power bank. Yeah, I'm gonna need to. But it's on a on this thing. It's on a stand, so the power bank would be like dangling there. So, like a woman saying there is masculine behavior and it's fine, but still not feminine. Okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Yes, light. What kind of Mickey Mouse operation is this? It's my Mickey Mouse operation. It's my kitty cat Mickey Mouse operation. There we go. I think. That woman is wearing her politics in her clothes and her language. It's 100% fashion, not truly held belief. She doesn't know that. You don't know what she thinks. Okay. Here we are. We're back. We're back in the webcam world. My stand is the world. Let's go. I feel weird. I feel like I'm in my way. I don't know. I'm not used to this camera anymore. Okay.
Where women are largely excluded. So 125 House of Representatives are female, and that's only about 25%.
Right.
And only about 28% make up Senate, and 3.
Okay, so she's just gone past what what's her name? What Candace has said. That's not what Candace is just fucking come down here. Stay down here. That's not what Candace is talking about. But this is what you're talking about. Cool. Okay. In society, we major government role by men. So she's like, well, look, you see, only what did she say? 25% or 20%?
Male, and that's only about 25%.
Okay, 25%. Skirt! 25% of of the Senate is female. Okay.
Right.
And only about 28%.
Candace is like, oh, yes, I take you very seriously, man.
Make up Senate, and 3.3% of Congress up until this date have ever been women. So,
sorry, I'm not American, so I don't know if I've meant Congress or Senate. I don't know what they are. And 3% of Congress is women. Okay. So I don't understand your claim.
by denotative definition, we literally live in a patriarchy.
So yeah, we literally by the at least she understands that by her definition we are. And yes, she's correct then by that definition. Okay? So by definition, cool. That's what it is. She's like, no, I'm gonna be more in the general definition. So therefore, so by definition, a patriarchy. Okay. Case closed. Go home, Candace. Pack it up.
Yes, so I disagree with that. So I think what this gets to, which is actually an important part of the conversation, is that
She disagrees with that. By definition, we live in a patriarchy. So, like, literally, it's for her definition. So I understand you're saying I don't agree with that, but it sounds like you're not agreeing with this. You should be saying I don't agree with this definition. It would be a better wording for me than to hear you disagree with the percentage that is in the House and the Senate and the what.
people always think that where there is disparity, there's somehow inequality, and I actually reject that entirely. I think it's just a difference in what we're interested in. I think we're biologically wired, we're interested in different careers, and just because if we looked in the fashion industry and said, oh, well, it's being dominated by women, it wouldn't mean that, okay, well, that means that the fashion industry is a matriarchy.
Okay. Okay, cool. So now, okay, because she's saying that we just naturally are different. So now she's gonna have to walk that back for the matriarchy point. Okay, so she says we're different. Why different? Disparity doesn't mean inequality necessarily. We gravitate to different roles. Okay? Fine.
And men have no sense. It just means have no ability to communicate how they feel in the fashion industry. I literally think that those numbers show that we're just biologically different.
Okay, so we're men in fashion. I think actually in fashion, men are pretty prominent as well. They're also prominent in cooking, interestingly enough. Okay, as chefs. So, doesn't mean necessarily we gravitate towards different things. Necessarily we gravitate toward different roles. Fashion industry isn't a matriarchy. There are just more women there. Interesting. Fashion. Okay. Cool. So she's gonna say men are more interested in ruling us. Oh, Daisy do. Yes. You guys are missing Daisy's cuteness.
So I actually think politically, women have shown that they have a lot more power than men have. And I'm talking about just in terms of political movements.
Okay, so there she's backing up her claim. So she finished. This is why I disagree with you. Okay, so the disparity, it's just because she's explained away that away by, okay, there's gender differences. Now, her going back to her own claim, she's like, women have political in terms of movements. Okay.
The most recent I can think of is the Me Too movement, right?
Yeah, is it the most recent? Okay, but okay, so she's Me Too. Let's not get bogged down into, oh my god, are you not for the Me Too movement? Oh my god, are you against women? Thanks for translating womanese. They're doing pretty well. They speak in English so far. But yeah, there's certain womanese things that are just... This woman is actually just approaching things very much like a guy. So that's why we're chilled.
If a bunch of women get together and...
You're coding while live streaming? No. I'm typing out what's here. What's being said. So I'm taking notes basically while streaming.
Complain about a man and refer to the patriarchy and scream, generally speaking, let me know if you agree, the media will celebrate that. If a bunch of men...
Yeah, okay, so this is her example. Okay, so if a woman... Did she say yells at a man? A man about oppression, and the media will celebrate it. So this is her evidence of there being a matriarchy. I'm coding while watching a live stream. There you go, guys. I am suitable background noise. I do yell every now and then, so I will be able to... Sorry, I only just saw Wade now. He said I'm decoding. Oh, sorry, the camera's not there. It's there. Yeah. Okay, so, what's the name? If a woman yells about oppression, the media will celebrate it. That is, for her, it is evidence that there is the matriarchy, that we value, we're happy about women, we favor women in this thing. What's the name of the actual live stream? Oh, this is not a live stream that I'm watching here, I'm reacting to. This is the Jubilee surrounded video. It's called Candace Owens, Conservative versus 20 Feminists, featuring Candace Owens. So it's over on Jubilee. It should be in the description, the link there for the original. I've put on funny voices and things like this for it, so go to the original for a blast of feminism without the deep dive. Okay, if a woman yells at a man out of oppression, media, they will celebrate. So that's the that fine. It's not as clear cut as what's the name, the proper definition of a matriarchy. Patriarchy. This more is what people were calling a gynocentric society. That's what they were trying to call it. So I'm happier with that idea. Okay. Anyway, Me Too movement, cool. This is how she brings it. So she says, "Tell me if you agree with me." And then if it's the other way around.
And got together and were shrieking and speaking about women. Generally speaking, the media would call them all white supremacists and say that we had a
We would call them. What's the name? Red pillars. Okay, if men got together to protest women, the media would scorn them. I'm just going to say would scorn them. No, Dildo and Rex are hardly ever serious. Okay, don't ask them if they're serious, because they will say they're serious and not be serious about being serious.
Misogyny problem, and that things were really wrong in society. Women are allowed to be more vocal in general about problems than men are.
Well, let me speak to...
Women are more able to be vocal. Women in general. To be vocal. Okay. Cool. Sup 44!
To that.
Can't stay long, just popped in to say Olo! Olo! Sorry, the camera's not there. Olo! I'm not looking in the right direction.
When we're talking about government and media, these are two different things.
Oh, when we're talking about government and media, these are two different... Sorry, I'm just... Her voice is so smooth, I'm dying here. I'm gonna slip off my chair. This is insane. Government and media are different things, okay? So she'll say government. Don't know about it these days, government and media being two different things.
So, under the denotative definition of a patriarchy, by the percentages that are occupied in the government, which is majority male, defines us as a patriarchy. Now, what it comes to for capitalism, for marketing purposes and control, for capital and revenue, that is a totally different conversation.
Yeah, okay. Cool. It's a totally different conversation. Marketing repeats, I suppose she repeats percentages, repeats definition. Marketing is different. Marketing and capitalism is different. Okay, so purchasing power, all of those sort of things, just marketing stuff, it's not real power. So that's basically her thing, is that it's not real power, it's not government power.
But who's making the laws? I don't think that women are
Somebody's got to make a song out of this.
the ones voting to have their reproductive rights taken away.
Preach. Taking the women aren't voting to give their reproductive rights away. It's pretty funny the way we call them reproductive rights, where it's more like, listen, hey, listen, it's more about their ability, their right not to reproduce, but you know, that's just a quirk of language.
Where you
Women vote last time I checked. Well, not according to Dildo and Rex, that they want to repeal what was it, whatever it is that made women vote. Again, I'll study up for my citizenship test. Reproductive rights, yeah. Okay, it's different. Sorry, women voting against their own reproductive rights. Yes, it's the men. It's all the women. All the women want to be able to murder their babies. It's only the men who want to kill babies. It's only the men.
have rape, incest, and all of these things excluded to force women to be able to have. I don't.
Oh, you're gonna bring your token issue here, huh? You're gonna bring your token issue here. Okay, so yeah. Are they gonna start clicking? Are they gonna start clicking for her? I swear to God they are, aren't they?
Think women in government would largely vote against their own interests because it's majority male patriarchy.
Okay, I think love that point.
Oh, love that point. Love that point.
Are women allowed to vote?
Oh, of course they are.
Okay, so she's like, I love that point. Are women allowed to vote? Okay. But she's gonna be like, but the women are not in the positions of power. The women are voting, but they're not in the positions of power. That's what her argument is going to be. Sure, we can vote, but they're not in the government. They're not the actual president.
Who's voting that patriarchy in then, out of curiosity?
No, I totally agree.
Who's voting the men in if the woman can vote? Okay, right?
Voting that patriarchy in then, out of curiosity?
No,
Who's voting then? Voting them in. The men. Okay. Well, we have a few minutes, not even a few minutes left. Okay.
I totally agree. And you want to know why? Because there are so many women who think like you. You
Agree with that. So I think what this gets to, which is actually
There's so many women who think like you. Yes, and they have their own rights, lovely. Hello? And I agree. Oh, it's all the women who are brainwashed by men. We're all brainwashed by those penist people. Who's voting the men in? Agreed. There are so many. It's great how she makes it sound so scornful when she's like, there are so many women like you. She definitely is one of those on the TikTok that gets very angry. Or like soulful angry, you know? You see. Women like you. She gets angry proper and she's just, fuck you.
held majorly by men, where women are largely excluded. So 125 House of Representatives are female, and that's only about 25%.
disparity there somehow. It wouldn't mean that, okay, well, that means that the fashion industry is a make in terms of political movements, the most. If a bunch of men got together,
That is a totally different conversation. But who's making the laws? These things excluded to force women to be. I totally agree. And you want to know why? Because there are so many women who think like you. You submit to the idea of men ruling everything.
You submit. You submit to the idea. she's so masculine the way she's actually dealing with this.
Thing. And your ideology is spread across a lot of women who also falsely believe to vote against their own interests just to complain about it in the end. You know,
Just to complain about it in the end. Okay.
earlier you said that, you know, women would be much more happier working at home, but don't you agree that it's human nature to want things that you don't have?
Okay, we're getting a bit off course. I think she was about to go into these women voted themselves into working, so they chose to work. I think she was gonna do that, but she's like, wait, that's not gonna work. So she's like, oh yeah, never mind. Isn't it human nature to want things we don't have? That's very deep. Thanks.
So during the 1950s, which is something that you constantly bring up, you know, it wasn't until 1994 that it was legally illegal to beat your wife. And so what?
You know, it was 1994 that it was legally what?
To want things that you don't have. So
She's more extreme in her shorts. Wow.
during the 1950s, which is something that you constantly bring up, you know, it wasn't until 1994 that it was legally.
They're just using this to just air their grievances. The usual thing. Wow, why don't you use this conversation? Okay. Well, didn't you know?
Illegal to beat your wife. And so what we're dealing with is people wanting something, and then when they get it, they're not happy with it, and then they have to revoke that.
Hold on. Oh, there was a fact check that I missed. Sorry, I was too busy eating my mango, which I have the right to eat. She's referring to the Violence Against Women Act, which provides protections at the federal level for victims of domestic violence, sexual assaults, and other crimes. Okay. So was it legal to beat your wife? It's like a therapy session. Yeah, absolutely. Rule of thumb, Google it. Yeah, you could beat your wife as long as with the stick, as long as the stick was not thicker than your thumb. I'd be fucking dead. Gordon's got massive thumbs. Okay. Let's see. We want things we don't have, then they got it. This is a case of people getting what they want, being unhappy with it, then wanting it to go back to how it was. Okay. Sweet. Jeez. Daisy, we almost done.
Your wife. And so what we're dealing with is people wanting something, and then when they get it, they're not happy with it, and then they have to revoke that.
Sorry, they're not happy with it. That's actually her claim from earlier. That they're not happy with it, so they have to revoke
That idea for something else. And so what you're saying is that women vote for these things because they have the same mentality as you.
Okay. So you're acknowledging that women have the freedom to vote.
Yes.
And you're saying that
It's a great performance, ma'am. Great performance. But you're acknowledging that women have the freedom to vote, yes?
women are still existing mentally, even with the freedom to vote.
Correct.
They are voting men in because we are still victims of...
No, I don't believe in victimhood. I believe
She doesn't believe in victimhood. She just calls it something else. Okay.
in lack of education and lack of knowledge, because one of the things that you also
Do you
say...
think that it could just be that more men are running for positions of office?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. Women aren't brainwashed. They really do believe the things that they believe. Women vote in because of lack of education. They believe it, but it's misguided. Men should be in charge. but they're misguided. And then the thing is, the question is, could it be more men are standing for office? And she says nope. Wait, sorry, did she say no?
Lack of knowledge, because one of the things that you also
Do you
say.
think that it could just be that more men are running for positions of office?
She's hoping that her voice, like the way she speaks, is gonna entrance Candace, and Candace is like, okay, cool, just gonna ask you a question in English. Women like men, if women like men, they're uneducated, what a statement. Yeah, you need to be educated, you need to be re-educated into hating men.
Yes.
No, not necessarily, because remember, the United States, the average reading comprehension of
Oh, it's the education, she's going, Vika, she's going harder. She's going harder with it.
people in the United States is 6th grade. So we're not dealing with educated people. Lack of education is the
Bitches are dumb.
cause for what we see in the world. And if we educate the women better, because a nation can rise no higher than its woman, and if she reading and
Preach! A nation can reach. Oh god, she's just getting her moment. You burst out laughing. Bitches are dumb. That's what she's saying. That's her argument. No, not necessarily. She says necessarily. People are uneducated. People are uneducated. Cites reading. Cites literacy. Literacy rate or whatever. Status. And then she's like, oh, a nation cannot rise higher than its... Cannot rise... She's very
comprehension of people in the United States is 6th grade. So we're not dealing with educated people. Lack of education is the cause for what we see.
Interesting. My education didn't teach me that men are on top. It tried everything in its power to tell me that men are tyrants. And yet here I am, above 6th grade reading ability, I'll have you know. And I still think I'm good with men doing most of the stuff.
See in the world, and if we educate the women better, because a nation can rise no higher than its woman, and if she reading and comprehending at a 6th grade level and popping out a lot of kids, you know, because the brokest people in the world pop out the most kids. So if we have those people voting, of course they're gonna vote against their interests, because they voting for some utopian society that will never exist.
Okay, so that's why you think Kamala lost.
Yes, that's why, because they think they're voting for a utopian society that will never exist. This is a good, what do you call it? An interesting point to come at this from. No, the people are stupid.
This ain't even about Kamala.
Because you're talking about women. No, but we had an opportunity.
Yeah, go ahead.
We had
Men doing most of the stuff, I don't agree. As in literally doing the leading, making the big decisions. And I'm okay with women getting to that point. I'm not saying women can't be presidents or anything like that. I just know that most women wouldn't be great in that position. Most men probably not too, but I'm just saying that the natural propensity to lead, I'm okay with that being in me. I'm not saying we now need to have a quota. That now I'm not saying we need to now have men only in leadership, and also I'm not saying we need to have a quota of women in leadership. Open, let's have equal opportunity, not equal outcome.
a male running and we had a female running, and we actually showed that Trump increased the amount of women who voted for him, right?
No, but no, Candace, you just missed her telling you that women are stupid. People are uneducated, and that's why they're voting for this.
I'm asking you, do you believe that the reason that happened was because women became less educated during that time?
They've always been less educated. Did you know that UNESCO says that that 2/3 of the 7.7 million illiterate adults is women?
Okay, is this in the world, or what's this? 2/3 of adults who are unable to read are women. Okay. Oopsie. Not removed from stage.
Illiterate. And we have
Illiterate. And we have what? What do we have?
6th grade educated people voting. And guess who? Guess the dominant population is white women. And so guess what? Now you have to add a race element into that. What you
Oh my god. Okay. It's white women. It's the racism. You know what? We had Candace be very good about not bringing up Jewish people. Okay. But somebody else had to come in here and just bring in the racism. So maybe she's going to start saying it's the Jewish people. Why not? Let's bring up all the racism. So the argument here is we live in a... Look, it's not a great claim, but I guess it's food for thought. Haha, women have sway in society. Interesting. Yes, systemic systems of systemicism. Yeah, that's what's happening. Great argument by, what's in front? The Queen Maker. We're supposed to be hypnotized by the way that she speaks, and we're supposed to find her very highly intelligent because she speaks a certain way. Yeah. And yeah, her whole message is everybody's voting against their interests because white women. That's what I'm hearing for now. We do need to finish up for today. Thursday we will continue because tomorrow, rhetorical queen. Yeah, she's a rhetorical queen. Tomorrow we will. Sorry, this is scuff. Webcam. There we go. Does it work? It's got the other camera on top of it. Okay, there we go. And now you can see my bike. Okay. Just shall I hold you? Shall I hold you? Okay. And this is how we're gonna do it, guys. This is how we're gonna say goodbye. And let's turn that off. Right. Listen. Read the Queen Victoria quote I DM'd you on the Discord. Okay, just hold on. That will be a nice way to end it. I am one-handing, yeah? Just hold on. The Queen Victoria herself said, "I am most anxious to enlist everyone who can speak or write to join in checking this mad, wicked folly of women's rights. With all its attendant horrors on which her poor feeble sex is bent, forgetting every sense of womanly feelings and propriety." That woman, the Queen Makers, forgot the womanly sense, okay? Feminists ought to get a good whipping. Were women to unsex themselves by claiming equality with men, they would become the most hateful, heathen, and disgusting of beings, and would surely perish without male protection. No, guys, this goes to what we will talk about this week. Is on the slop factory, which will be Friday. We're going to talk about would you the what's the name, the question of would you live in an all-woman city. I think that started trending on Twitter, so we'll have a good time with that. Right, so thank you for the quote. I will ask my husband to give me a good whipping for being a feminist, an old-timey feminist. Be a blow-up doll. Yes, just do that. But yes, so tomorrow, guys, we are taking a break from this tomorrow. We are going to speak to Joe Emilio, yeah, because last week, remember, we were diagramming a documentary, his documentary about stolen ground in South Africa, land grabs. If you want to have a look at that, go see the original documentary before tomorrow. It's on his channel. It'll be in the description as well of the upcoming stream description, and it'll be on my Twitters and things like that. But yes, tomorrow we are going to have a great chat with Joe Emilio, and yeah, it'll be a South Africa centric thing. But I really do implore you non-South Africans to come along, because it is very interesting. It's about property rights, and it's interesting to compare to what's happening in the US. And also, just by the way, Joe Emilio was born in Texas, so have a good old time. And let's turn off our music, guys. The time of the stream will be 11 a.m. GST, so it'll be the 11:30. Sorry. 11:30 a.m. I think. Anyway, the point is, look out for the stream. Turn on your notifications. Have a nice life. I don't understand South African issues. Well, then you got to come around and talk to us about them. Okay? Have an educated one. Bitches be stupid.
I'll see you next time, chat. I hope you had fun. We had a pretty great time, but now we're done. If you disagreed with me,